Okay, that is turned on. And I'm starting. Okay. So I've got plans today. I have no idea how I'm going to execute the plans, but like all the good advice says, you should just start and figure it out. Actually, maybe that's not what they say. I don't know. Maybe that's the opposite. Maybe I'm supposed to have the plan first. I don't know. But I'm going to start because it's a long-term thing. Let's see. I have a webcam somewhere. Right here. Okay. Also, I just woke up. So if I look like I just woke up, that's why. Took a nap after work because I am tired. Actually, I'm still tired. Okay, so my plan is... What is my plan? My plan... Okay, so we did this last stream. We made like a world map thingy. It was just kind of like a dry run. I didn't have any plans specifically for like what goes on the map. But I think what I'm gonna do is try to do kind of the normal like thumbnail plant, sketch phase, and then we pick one and then work on it. Kind of that thing. But I think I'm going to specifically, at least at the start, specifically try to like thumbnail out things that you might see on a map. Right? So, like, maybe at the start it'll be, like, monuments or notable mountains or, like, for example, if there's, like, big, dangerous mountain, with active volcano, something like that. But also things like, maybe a town or a village or if the forest has a name, then maybe it's an image that's iconic of the forest as a greater whole. I don't know. I haven't quite figured out how I want to do this, but basically I'm going to just start by doing a bunch of sketches like I normally do, and then I'll paint it like I normally do, but then, like the next stream, or maybe I'll do a couple at a time, and then I'll come back to like an empty map. I'll have to make the empty map, because I haven't made it yet. But I'll basically make another map like this. And then I'll add them onto the map. So like, oh, here's a desert area, and then I'll make the desert area, and then we'll sort of fill it in, and hopefully, the idea at least will be that over time, we'll get a bunch of little locations of like icons on the map that represent our various paintings. And then, I don't know, maybe someday I don't know, this might be too far in the future, but maybe someday I'll do a thing where like, interactive thing where if you click on the map or click on the location, like on a web page or something, then it will take you to the painting of the bigger painting, right? So anyway, that's an idea. I don't know. It seems like fun. Yeah, it seems like a cool idea just to like slowly tie everything together. So that's like, oh look, here's all the things. Anyway, I don't know. I'm excited for it. But it's mostly the same that I've been doing, and I could go back and like add places. So for example, I could go back through my paintings, pick a random location. Let me just pick one real quick. Not that one. That's my Christmas card of all the ones to pick. Like this one, right? So this was a random painting I did. This could appear on the map. Maybe I might end up having themes. Like I don't know if we want this kind of vibe. This feels like Ninja Turtles industrial area, but we could do something like that where I go back and pick paintings. Actually, I don't know why I never uploaded this one to Instagram. Kind of liked it. But anyway, yeah, we could go back and take paintings like this and just try to fit them on the map. But I don't know if all of them are gonna fit, right? I don't exactly know what the vibe is gonna be. I'm definitely leaning towards magic, like magical, some sort of like world energy types or something, magic types. They don't have to be, but something like that. I'm thinking less industrial, but I don't know. I don't necessarily... We could have like an industrial city, especially... I mean, I know a lot of fantasy does, where it's like tech infused with magic, kind of. So it's sort of like sci-fi... The sci-fi of the fantasy world, right? You have like the techie kind of vibe. So maybe I will do like a... maybe there will be a space for sci-fi-ish stuff in there. I don't know. But that's kind of what I'm doing right now. So, in the meantime, people are free to suggest ideas. Also, hi, Skittle. Skittle says that's a cool idea. Yeah, thanks. I'm glad. I think it's cool. It's making me want to paint more, kind of, because like I'm excited to like, I probably should have done this like a couple years ago, because then I would have actually had like progress on it. But gotta start somewhere, I guess. So, and who knows? I don't know if I'll continue this for a long time or how this will work. I do know I'm gonna have forests, so let's paint. Also, I've been thinking though about like the color palette, because this one is very saturated. I don't know if I like the super saturated color palette for a world map. I might have to make another like attempt at one and sort of see how that goes. I guess I could always also repaint the world map. That feels like the easy part to paint, because once I have a location that I know goes on the map, I can then add, like, if I decide to like, what's the word, retcon, like go back in time and like edit history, basically. Like if I ever decide to go and like change, like, oh well, actually we don't want, we want the land to be getting sucked into this vortex, like I could go in and like repaint it, right? So that, I don't think the world map is super important, at least not at first, not until it gets out of control in scale, and right now it certainly isn't going to be because we haven't started. And this is not going to be it. But I'm thinking I want more like muted colors. Just like as a whole, I don't want crazy, like there's no reason that the oceans need to be vibrant blue, right? They could be like everything could be like a little bit just more, I don't know, less heavy-handed with the colors. I don't know. That's my thought. Hey, Chrissy, how's it going? So, but for now, I'm just gonna paint. I'm thinking maybe like some basic different biome type things. I know it's a little generic, but I want to start simply so that I can actually make progress on this before I kill my own idea, because I make it more complicated than it needs to be. But we could do like forest, some sort of like coastal, but like maybe like a forest structure or like forest village or something, right? Just forest place. It could just be like a forest. I know like Magic the Gathering did that, where when they started and they art directed all their cards, they had their artists like, oh, we have these forest cards, these mountains, these forests, these plains, these islands, and these swamps as land cards, and we need art for them. But they didn't have like different planes in mind, and they didn't have this well like thought out and designed different worlds and things and like stuff that exists in the world. So they were just like, paint me a mountain that's kind of reddish, because it needs to be red for the mountains. Here, paint me a forest. Make sure you use green. Nowadays, it's not like that, right? They don't do art direction that way. Because at the start, it was so open, but then they kind of filled in the gaps. Like, okay, now we need to expand on what kinds of forests and what are the types of places that exist on, how is this coastal town, like, what's defining features that makes it different, Maybe it is based on certain types of history or whatever. And then they started expanding to now it's like, they have strict design, like, visual guidelines for each of their pieces, which makes sense because they have a well-designed world. But yeah, it didn't start that way, and I'm kind of thinking I'm going to follow suit because it makes sense. Like, why try to have these hyper-designed places when I can just do, like, a basic forest and, like, okay, let's just do some simple stuff. But I do know that I want some magical things in it, so maybe we'll go that direction. I don't have to be overly simple, but I think it makes sense to kind of fill it out and get more nuanced as we go. We can always delete places if we need, or we can just make them smaller in scale for like, because like I'm thinking, I know I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but like in theory, we don't have to also put everything on the map. For example, if I painted, let's say here's a forest, right? Again, this is just an example map. I did paint this one, but it's not the one I'm going to use because it's tiny and I don't know. I didn't know what I was doing at the time. I didn't even have this plan. But let's say I paint a forest scene, and it's just like a generic forest scene. I don't have to like mark it on the map. I could just like make a dot, essentially. Kind of like a Google Street View where you can click somewhere and it'll drop you in and then it'll show you the image. So like maybe I would do that. Like you'd click somewhere here in the forest, and it would give you a random painting that happens to be a forest. It doesn't have to be like a, defining landmark. It doesn't have to be a village or some, the namesake painting. Is that the word? I don't know what you call it. Like, the defining painting, right? Like, it can just be a random location that kind of fits that spot. Like, oh, here's a geyser in the forest that is not very interesting, but it's like a little puddle of water or something, right? This is like the area where the animals drink from, and so you'd make a little spot that's not that significant, or maybe it would be. I don't know. And so I can like resize things, right? That's the plan, so that each painting that I do doesn't have to. Like, I don't want to make it so every painting has to be important. I want to give myself the leeway to, like, make dumb paintings and not have them be part of the thing, because I don't want to... It's kind of like posting to social media, right? Like, I don't want every painting to have to go to social media. I'm going to wait after and be like, okay, is this one that I want to include? And if so, then I'll include it. So anyway. Thanks for the follow. Also, Chrissy Carson says, going well, munching on breakfast, and about to start my daily sketch. Nice. Chrissy, do you plan out your daily sketches ahead of time, or do you then look for the thing? Like, do you spend time every day looking for the thing you're going to sketch? Or do you have that planned out, more or less? I feel like I would have to plan it out, or else I would end up spending too much time finding stuff. Actually, speaking of social media, I would do it the same way, I think. Where I would batch up a whole bunch. I haven't been batching up any, but I did just post one right now, but right before stream. But I would find a bunch, like, all of the sketch material and be like, these are for the next 30 days, and I would sketch those. And then at some point during those 30 days, if I ever feel like it, I would look for more. But it wouldn't be only when I have to. I think that's how I would do it. I find it every day. Okay, but I do put a bunch of refs in Pinterest and then look through there. Gotcha. Okay, so it's kind of like a middle ground where you have ideas already pre-selected a little bit. Maybe if you ever are feeling lazy. Patman says, hey yo, Patman, how's it going? If you have any ideas of, like, fantasy world landmarks and or locations that you think would be cool, in the vein of, like, energy, like, a world infused with you know, magic in some ways, feel free to recommend them. I'm open for ideas, because right now I'm just sketching stuff. Anything goes. I don't think every I mean, heck, we could do the thumbnails. Again, maybe if this ever turns into, like, a clickable thing. I don't know if it will, because I don't know how to make that. But if it ever turns into a clickable thing, and I decide to learn how to make that, then maybe I will even put thumbnails in there, and I can go through and just start, like, sifting through my thumbnails on anything that sort of remotely would fit. I can start slapping them in there, almost like a slightly less curated thing. I don't know how this is gonna work. I genuinely, I'm so, like, again, it's hard to even talk about it, because one, it makes me excited, but also it's easy to get so ambitious that it ends up feeling like it's out of the scope of possibility for a thing. So that's one to more or less take it one painting at a time. But I do have a lot of paintings in sort of backlog that I can do, so maybe I should start there and just get the routine of, like, adding the paintings down. I don't know. Chrissy says, next month I'm going to do feet, and I actually have a full reference pack of just all feet, all these different angles. Dang. So an entire month of feet. That's a lot of feet. 30 to be exact. But dang, that's so ambitious. I'm inspired by you, Chrissy. Because, like, I know myself. I know I would be like, that at some point, you know, day 17 would come across, and I'd be like, I'm tired of painting feet. And then I would stop, and then I would be like, man, I set a goal for myself, and I failed. I will likely also do shoes, but not just bare feet every time. Gotcha. Let's sketch some white pillars. I feel like that's always not iconic, but it's sort of a standout shape, or shape and color, right? You get this, like, white object in the forest, or, you know, like, catching the light. But Patman, hope you're doing well. Hope the day is good. Does anyone have any plans other than Chrissy? Because Chrissy just explained her plans for like the next, for future art projects. Just got here a few minutes. Are you starting on a new project? Yes, I kind of, sorta. So it's not gonna really change what I do on stream. It's mostly gonna be the same. But last stream we painted a world map, and it got me thinking about like what if the various things that I painted existed on the map. So like if I paint a mountain, imagine this like as an interactive clickable map, just like little thing with icons, and this would be an icon or like a clickable area, and you would click it, and if this is a mountain and I painted a mountain, or like maybe a volcano, this would take you to the image of the volcano. So like each of the locations I paint would be represented as an icon on the map, or at least a clickable area on the map, right? So if I paint some random forest thing, maybe I do or don't put an icon, but maybe I can click down here and it'll be there, right? And so each time I do a painting, I would like, oh, I did a weird floating island. Let's add some of the weird floating islands in wherever they might be, and we'll draw little icons. But this isn't gonna be the map. Like, this doesn't need to be the map, because I didn't have any sort of foresight when I was painting this. I was just painting a circular map for fun. But yeah, I could start out with a blank map. Maybe I start out with like some simple, maybe just a simple like, here's an ocean. Here's some Arctic stuff, here's some deserty stuff, basic like a Minecraft biome map or something, right? And then from there, I would start adding the stuff in. So it would be like, after I would do a couple paintings, and then I would work on the map for, 30, 40 minutes to add them in. Then I'd go back to doing my paintings, and then I would add them back in. So it'd be kind of a back and forth, but just like taking the time every so often to go back and like add to the map. So I don't exactly know how I want to set up the map. I still got to figure it out, but I figure I'll do at least one painting first, maybe two, and then we can start thinking about, how to, just to tie it into a bigger context. Exactly. It's fun to put them in there. Yeah, I think it'll be fun. It'll give me a little bit of direction, I think, also, if I, if there's a day where I don't know what to paint, maybe I want to paint something and feel like I'm, not just making a doodle for fun, but like working towards something bigger, then I can, look on my map and say, oh, I sure haven't done any, deserts today, or all of the desert feels the same. What if I split up the desert into, multiple regions and say this desert is, one type of desert, or, I don't know, just anything. But I also don't know if I want to do like a flat map or a circular map. Flat maps could work, because flat maps can be extended, and so that has longevity. This kind of map would be fun. I mean, really ambitious would be to turn this into, like, a globe where you can... I could, increase the... What's the word? The fidelity? That's not the word. I could increase the resolution if I ever wanted to, like, expand on it. So I could take the same spot, be like, oh, what if I zoom in? And then within here, there's like more stuff. I don't know. That would be a lot. I don't want to get that far ahead. But like, or what if I want a different biome? Like, how do I, what if the biome is around, if I were to spin the globe, but like here, right? And then what if it's on the other side of the planet, around this way? Like, I don't really know how that would work. So a flat one might be better, but this is more fun to paint because it kind of gets that like slightly three-dimensional view, which I like. I don't know. I guess you could do that on a. I don't know. This feels like a fun starting point, at least, where it's like the globe, and then maybe there's. I don't know, but for now, I'm just gonna start painting stuff and. Things in line with sort of what I want to paint. So probably not a lot of stuff like this, because this I don't know how I would put on the map, other than if I made like a city, maybe like a rundown old city or something. Could do a little icon with like green ooze. I don't know. This feels not fantasy enough to me though. I want to start with it being pretty fantasy, so that I can like, I don't know, it can have some cohesion. But maybe that doesn't matter. Right? Maybe only the regions need cohesion. In fact, maybe there is, like, sci-fi world, or, you know, fantasy with magic, and then you have like the cowboy region. But that might be, I don't know if that's the kind of world that I want to build out, right? I've always liked the magic systems. Not that this is ever going to turn into anything bigger, but like I've always enjoyed, like I always thought if I were to write a book or a story and it had magic in it, I like the magic systems are always fun to explore and think about, right? There's so many different fantasy worlds that I've read or watched animes of or whatever that all have different systems, and they're all inspiring, right? All of them make you like more inspired because they're sort of, you could imagine yourself and your story in there, or you could imagine any number of stories existing in this world. And I feel like that's something I want in a world, if I were to build one, is like where people could think of, like, you know, what would this other place that doesn't exist yet, what would that look like in this world? Rather than just being a bunch of random locations, like, look, we're making the world bigger because we're just plopping random crap. Like, that's kind of how the real world feels, but I feel like it doesn't, for a world that inspires you to live there and be like, oh, that's a cool world, I feel like it needs some sort of cohesion to where it, like, you know, I don't know, I like, if that, I don't know if that makes sense. But anyway, that's kind of my thought. So right now I'm kind of sticking to like things or the environment infused with magic, and if there's people, maybe they harness that magic of some sort. You know, maybe it's in tech, maybe it's not, maybe they're like spellcasters, but either way, there's like, it's like a nature-y magic, right? Things from the earth, probably. I don't know. That's kind of my thought. Fairmore, hello. Welcome in. Do I have a link to the image, the one you were showing? No. What do you mean? A link? No, it's just on my computer. I just painted it last stream. It's not like... Yeah, it's pretty rough. Why? I mean, technically I have a link. Here, there's on Discord. On Discord, I've put a screenshot of it. Right there. But this isn't the image that I'm gonna use, I don't think. I don't think this is the thing I'm gonna use for the, for this hypothetical project that I'm totally gonna do. I think I should do it. I hope I do. But I don't want to get over my head, right? I just want to, like... But, yeah, I think... I mean, I could use it, but it's not very, like... I haven't put much thought into it, so there's not... Like, right now it's just a cool-looking map, kind of, or if you can call it cool-looking. Very, you know, one stream, first draft kind of thing. But, yeah, I mean, I guess it works as a starting point, right? It can help me think. Again, I think the map is gonna be the easy part. I think I'll always be able to, in theory, redo it if I want. Because the map, like... And this is something I try to, you know, remind myself, is like, with any project, assuming I'm keep working on it, right? It's not like I can't go back and redo a painting, right? Or fill in the gaps or edit things. Like, it'd be like if this is, I mean, it's the advice you hear when people talk about their own projects with like comic books and like, oh, one day I'd like to do this. It's like, well, just do it. And like, if you aren't quite happy with it because you're still learning and you improve a bunch, and maybe down the road you look back and you're like, I don't like those first editions of my comic, right? I've improved too much since then. Go back and redo them, right? Like, do a second edition, right? And like edit things and fix it up and make it better. And then you can, you know, maybe you change the story, maybe you don't, but like, that's allowed, right? Like, you can do that. You're gonna be working on it anyway, so might as well, like, you're, right? Like, it's not like once you're done, you're done. If it's a continuous project, anyway, so it always bugs me when people have that attitude. So, oh, the one that looks like Zon, the green one, this one? What do you mean, do I have a link to it? I'm painting on it. What do you mean, oh, this one. Oh, no, I don't. No, I forgot to upload it. I forgot to upload it. It's on my computer, though. I don't think I ever uploaded... Maybe I did. Let me check Instagram. I don't think it's on my Instagram. I think I forgot. I can upload it though. Hold on. I mean, it's probably on Discord also, actually, if we go back. Wait, hold on. How far back do I have to scroll? Let me check. This is 839, so it's not that far back. 839 out of 948. So we have to go back 100 paintings. This is a terribly inefficient way to do it, right? A 100? Hold on. Where is this? Let's go. Let's try this differently. Open. 839. It's around the time. So what did we just look at? I haven't seen any of those. Sorry, this is a terrible way to do it. Oh, I have a better way to do it. There's dates. I'm so dumb. Hold on. My brain is stupid. Okay, hold on. There's dates. This one was edited. Date created 8/9/25. So August of 2025. August, September. Okay, we're almost there. Did I not upload it? Oh yeah, here it is. Oh, you really paint a lot. That's the thing though, right? I only do it 3 times a week on stream. And it adds up though, right? It adds up. Anyway, there's the link, or just directly to the image. Yeah, no, it adds up. It adds up. And I mean, I've been doing this for years, right? It goes back so far. Like, we could go back so long. And yeah, there's just tons of paintings. Some of them are okay, some of them aren't. Like, this one's kind of cool. This one I was very proud of. This is my puzzle. It's very different than the rest of them, but that was my... I actually turned this into a puzzle. I have... It's not behind me. Okay. But I actually have it turned into a puzzle. Just like a self-printed puzzle thing. But, or not self-printed, but like... on demand from like a company. But anyway, yeah, I was proud of that one. But anyway, I have tons of paintings. Some of these are repeats though, right? Like I worked on this one multiple days, right? I worked on this one. These were the sketches. This is what the sketch started as, and then it evolved into this, and then this, and so this painting evolved. But yeah, so some of these are repeats. This one I really liked. Happy with that one. Interior. But yeah, some of them I don't really care for, right? I look at them and I'm like, eh. But anyway. But yeah, it is funny how that works though. Like, I don't feel like I draw a ton, but then again, yeah, when you look back and you look at all your previous work and you're like, wow, I draw a lot, right? I mean, I do, right? I do on average. So I average an hour and a half a day, I think, is what it comes out to. I mean, actually, I can figure it out. So 12 hours. Well, no. Sorry, I pretty much haven't been painting a lot off stream, so we can just ignore the off stream stuff because that's typically like finishing touches, and it's not even like it's only like an hour or two at most a week. Probably not, and it hasn't been that for a long time probably. Mostly I haven't been painting that much off stream. But let's see. So I stream for 12 hours a week. Divided by 7 is an hour, 1.7 hours. So whatever 0.7 is, let's call it 45 minutes. 75. Yeah, 75% of yeah. So an hour and 45 minutes about, roughly. So a day. That's what it comes out to. So... I mean, it is quite a bit, right? That's a lot of time. But it's only 3 days a week. It's big chunks of those 3 days. And, I could, to make it sound even less amazing because during those 4 hours, I'm chilling here scrolling through, you know, the archives, right? I'm rambling about stuff and talking with my hands and not painting, and like it's not 4 hours of like, head down stylus to the pad painting. Like there's a lot of just, it's probably like 2 hours at most, right? So a stream. So it's probably like it's probably like an hour at most a day. And so it's not, I mean, again, I think I'm proud of myself, so I think it's impressive in some sense, but it's not like super duper crazy, like some people, you hear some pros talk about, oh, I painted for 8 hours a day for 10 years. I'm like, for fun before I got into the industry. It's like, what? Like, that's a lot. Like, that's an unbelievable amount of work. Like, I almost don't believe it, right? Like, at some point, that's just outrageous. Like, I get it if it's your job, right? But it really does add up, and it adds up faster than you think. So yeah, even an hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes, it adds up. But again, it doesn't have to be every day. So that's kind of why I'm so impressed with Chrissy's thing, because Chrissy's doing like a 30-minute sketch or more. I don't know how long Chrissy spends on a sketch, but she's doing like a sketch a day for like a long time. And somehow that feels more impressive to me because it's every day. Every day you have to wake up and say, I'm going to do it anyway, even if you don't feel like it. Whereas me, yes, I stream for about 4 hours at a time, but I only have to do it 3 times a week, right? And so if there's a day where I don't feel like it, I'm like, whatever, I'll do it for today, right? That way. God, I wish they were only 30 minutes. Okay, exactly. I had a hunch they were more. I was trying to be on the side of the low side. Okay, how long is it? Because if they're like an hour, again, if this is more than an hour and a half, you're painting almost certainly more than I am. Right? And it adds up. Like, I mean, you have the last however many months you've been doing this today. Just about all the pros I know, they say they only have 3 to 4 real hours of production. Yeah, and that's the work they're getting paid for, right? So yeah, no, I think that's totally valid. It's hard to be like constantly making stuff. Granted, you are probably thinking about the stuff. There's probably, there's a lot of collaboration and talking, like even on stream, right? When we're talking through an idea, ideas will lead to things, and then you'll take some time to sort of spitball ideas. And the hand studies are about an hour. Okay. Portrait studies were at least 2 hours each thing. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of time. Like, that adds up crazy. I always feel like, me especially, but I think humans in general, are just bad at sort of that, like, compounding time feeling of, like, it's one of those things, I think you hear it a lot when people say to track your habits, which I don't do because I'm terrified of it, and also that in and of itself is a habit that I have to form, which is hard to form habits. But when people say like tracking your activity and like your day and like how much internet you use, how long are you scrolling social media, use a tracker so that you can't lie to yourself. I think we all lie to ourselves. Like we spend a lot of time doing things, and that time really, really adds up. Now, I know that I spend a ridiculous amount of time playing video games and basically not wasting time, but spending time for fun when I could be doing things that maybe, I feel like are more productive. I don't know. I'm not shaming myself because I don't feel bad about it in the least. But like, I know that time adds up, and I've spent a ridiculous amount of hours doing stuff that in hindsight, it's like, wow, that's a lot of time playing video games, or that's a lot of time scrolling Reddit, right? It's like, yeah, I know. But also, it doesn't feel like it, right? It doesn't feel, because it's like, 20 minutes here, 10 minutes here, 5 minutes here. And so it doesn't feel like a lot of time. But you really could, I mean, I have Steam. I've seen how long I've spent on certain video games. Like, that's enough to have done major art project. Again, I'm not saying that it's the replacement. That's not a good argument. But I guess what I'm getting at is I think it's hard. Not hard. It's easy to lose track of just how much time things take, because we do them in like hour-long increments or 30 increments. This could be a city. I like white stoned cities, out like marble cities. I always thought they looked cool. Just like spiring above things. Your goal is for studies to get done in an hour. I'm not always able to hit that goal. Yeah, that's a good goal. I mean, again, that's still super ambitious, but you know, you obviously can handle it, and so that's cool. But yeah, I mean, that's like almost, I mean, not quite, but it's almost as much as I stream a week. Now, if I were doing studies on stream, right, I would be doing essentially the same thing you are, just not every day, but it'd be 12 hours a week. So again, roughly an hour and 30 minutes or an hour and 45 minutes a week. So if all I did was studies on stream, we'd be in a pretty similar boat in terms of study time. But that's all I'm doing. I'm not doing... Anyway, so but yeah, also it's not a contest. So it's just one of those things where over time I've built up a routine, and yeah, anyway. But you're right by saying that that's a lot of painting. Looking back at all the stuff that I've made, I'm like, that's a lot. What am I painting here? I don't know. Just like a little village tucked away in the forest. Maybe there's a little river. We need some cool colors in here. Also, I don't want everything to be foggy, because if I paint a bunch of foggy environments... This is supposed to be a thumbnail, too. It's turning out not to be a thumbnail at all. I mean, it's still a thumbnail, but it's... Yeah, we'll see. Maybe some hills back here. But yeah, I guess my goal with this potentially new project thing, though, is going to be basically that, where, like, if I keep painting, and if I keep adding it up over time, it will eventually actually turn into something more than just a Discord server full of images, right? And again, I could go back to a lot of these and add them in, like, and I could do that thing right now. But a lot of these, I didn't have any sort of, like, you know, this could totally go in there, right? These random runes, and sort of a place here. Like, what is this? I don't know, but we could come up with a little story if we wanted, maybe not. I think part of also the reason that I like this sort of potential project that I'm thinking of, or that I'm sort of starting, is because in some cases like this, when I have to add them to the world, I'll have to think about, like, what is it? Where might it be? And maybe there's, like, a thread of a story that will spark another idea, right? So, like, maybe this is, you know, like, maybe these are, like, rocks that were, you know, things that were sealed in rocks, right? So this is, like, a area that was sealed in a rock, and maybe the rock broke open, and these things came out, and now the Scourge is released on the world. And so maybe you have, like, you know, this is nearby, like, a couple villages or cities or forests that are, like, burnt down and ravaged and, like, just kind of, you know, scorched earth kind of thing. Like, maybe this thing has unleashed something, and, like, that would help facilitate ideas for, like, future paintings where you can show, like, basically a story with, like, the locations. Like, I don't know if that's a, you know, that was just a hypothetical, but any painting has the potential to do that and sort of spark new ideas, right? Like, this one is like, oh, there's these areas, there's little creatures in the forest, and like, okay, well, maybe there's an entire species of creature, and the way they build is different, and so you start getting different locations. But having these not, like, in my mental space, these aren't all tied to the same place. And so I'm not really even trying to think of the connection between them. And in fact, like, a painting like this where, like, oh, there's an RV and a camper, and, like, you know, it's an RV with people playing in the in the water, right? Kind of Ghibli-esque. Like, this to me, how does this fit in a fantasy world? Well, it doesn't, right? And so I don't even start to think about like where this would go. I mean, maybe it does. Also, weird, creepy little eyes over there. Totally not creepy. Little market. Yeah, one day I'll have to scroll through these more. I remember doing a lot of these. This one had some story. I like that. A lighthouse encased in crystal. See, this one totally could be like Crystal Shores type thing. That would be a fun... See, this painting right here, I think I could absolutely turn into like a spot on the map. This is like a very in vibe with sort of like you could make the Crystal Shores and you'd have a bunch of these crystals all over, and you know, maybe they weren't always crystal, but like things haven't been encased in crystal, so you have like, you know, lighthouses and things in the fantasy world that have been taken over by this crystal. Again, maybe it's like the dragon spitting the crystal, kind of like in How to Train Your Dragon, where they like encase things in ice, but maybe they're encased in crystal. I don't know how that works. That's not how crystal forms, but you know, stuff like that. This one to me feels very like the type of spot I would want in my fantasy world, right? Sort of like iconic places. You know, this is another place that could totally exist, where you have like ruins of like, you know, long lost civilizations, where maybe it, you know, it kind of opens the doorway for like orcs and different species and things. But even if I'm not drawing them specifically, there's like the history there. So kind of like a historical map in a way, right? I'll have to go through like this and do exactly this and add some of these in here. Like this one, I don't know how it would fit in. This one was cool. I liked working on that one. This one was fun too. This was much more naturalistic. Kind of going down memory lane. This was my Christmas card. This was the November, where each of these were a different color: purple, reds, yellows, and then this is no longer November. This was a draw this in your style that I did or participated in. This is fun. This one could exist in the world. But anyway, I'm distracting myself. Distracting myself. So maybe some magic. Again, this is just kind of like maybe a kingdom. Maybe there's little shapes in here. I don't know how to draw architecture very well, but this should work. Well, not that. I mean, I don't know. Actually, that's not true. I've drawn a lot of architecture, but it definitely is hard. This is some sort of castle. Maybe there's like little areas down here. Structures and whatnot, sort of going down this area. Buildings. Sort of entryways onto the side. Maybe there's islands, like floating. Again, maybe is this too ambitious? Probably not. I like the idea of floating islands. Floating islands are cool. Definitely, if I have a world map, we're doing a location with floating islands. Like, that's certain. because floating islands are too iconic for me. They just have to be in the world. And also they're fun to draw, and so like I know I'll draw them in the future, and so might as well draw some. And so if I want to put floating islands in a location, this is like, you know, that kind of thing. I don't really even have to justify it though. I am trying to sort of lean my brain towards like that world, whatever that world is in my head, so that I can sort of have a more of a vision, I guess, of like of what that might look like. But right now it's mostly just exploration. None of these have to be anything fancy. I'm pretty much a noob when it comes to working on a long-term personal project. I pretty much always, I guess I would say failed. I've always failed my like ambitious, like I want to work on a project for a long time, and then I just give up, or I get distracted, or I not give up. I don't know if I've ever given up. I just quit, right? I quit and say I want to work on something else, and then I work on something else, and then I quit, and I just stop doing it. It's not because it's too hard, it's just because I lose interest, and yeah. So I don't know if giving up's the right word, but I quit. And so, and that's for personal projects only, not like, you know, not like jobs, but yeah. So hopefully, I say it fingers crossed, hopefully I don't do that for this. But and I'm trying to set it up. I'm trying to set myself up for success here. In that I'm basically still gonna do the exact thing I normally do. But I'm just gonna try to basically take a stream, maybe Mondays, map making Mondays or something. Maybe I'll take like Mondays and do streams then of like I'll take the paintings I made throughout the week and do some planning and sort of, you know, paint out some of the map, and then I can sort of consolidate every few, you know, maybe it's not every Monday, but like every couple Mondays I'll consolidate into the map or something, right? And I just say Monday because alliteration is cool. I know I had Map Crunch Monday where we were doing some studies, but that wasn't every Monday either. So, but maybe this one will stick. Okay, so what is this city? This city is, I don't know yet. Again, I don't have to think about it in the thumbnail, I don't think. We could always slow down here if we wanted. We'll definitely want some prairie and farmland and stuff. Maybe the prairie type stuff is the land where we do the floating islands. And like this, oh, wasn't on the screen. Well, I can't go and find it, but the orc heads. Maybe that's kind of like the open fields where there's lots of rock. Yeah, that could be a thing. Lots of rocky areas in the open fields. Floating rocks, non-floating rocks. Patches of dark and light. Also, I don't know what the music is right now, but it is something. It do be music and some weird chanting. I'm sure it's from something. Random Spotify playlist. Okay. Maybe some light. Trying to get some atmospheric perspective in here. Good evening, Alfred Afterburner. How's it going? Good evening, good evening. Hope you're doing well. It is a good evening. And by evening, I mean 11:50 a.m. for me. Good morning. Yeah, it's basically noon. Good noon. Good day. Although, I woke up at like 1:30 a.m., so that's... I basically... If I've been awake for 12 hours, roughly, not quite because I took a nap, but if I've been awake for 12 hours, and if you woke up at like, 7 a.m., that'd be like being 7 p.m. So it's kind of evening. Like, it's sort of, kinda. It's the equivalent of an evening. So yeah, good evening works. Chrissy says there's a fun little art market happening in my neighborhood that starts in 10 minutes. Gonna go check it out when I'm done with your study. Oh, that's awesome. Nice. That'll be a nice treat that you get to do. I know you were saying that you like to, like, reward yourself when you're done with your studies. Or, like, you get to have the art fun after, and I think that's a cool way of doing it. I don't know if that was the intent or not, but I like it. Now, do we do, like, historic, like, rooms? I do like the idea of a world that has, like, a lot of ancient history to it. So, like, a lot of ruins, a lot of monuments that are sort of unknown origins, that kind of thing, where, like, there's sort of history. And I've been playing there's a game I've been playing called Palia. It's sort of like a cozy life sim MMO kind of thing, where, like, you do your farming and your gathering and your hunting and your crafting. You have a little plot of land you can build stuff on and decorate it. But there's also, like, a bunch of NPCs and sort of there's a story. You play it. Nice. Yeah. And so there's, like, NPCs and a bunch of different things, and they all have these stories. You have it open right now? Nice. Yeah, so I played a ton back, like, when it first came out, and then I took a big break, and then I played again, and then I just started back up a couple days ago, and I hadn't played since they added the ranching, and, my god, that levels so slowly. Holy moly, that is the worst experience of leveling when you're, like, everything's, like, for me, like, I feeling like I'm content locked behind the slow level. But apparently if you just started now, it's a thing you unlock early on. Like, it's just like right after you get the glider, apparently you can unlock ranching. But the ranching is so slow. I did find... sorry, I'm going on a tangent here. I do know that if you have a ludicrous amount of money, which I may or may not have due to a potential exploit of a bug some months ago. But anyway, if you have a bunch of money, you can sell your entire ranch and then buy a new entire ranch, and then you can immediately pet them. Like, you can pet and feed all of your critters, which gives you the experience. And then if you wait 2 hours is when you can then sell them again, and then you can sell your whole farm and rebuy it and do the whole thing. So you can technically get all the experience every 2 hours for feeding and petting. And, like, anyway, random thing. But it's still, like, that's a lot of time. Like compared to any other resource thing in the game, it is so much slower. Farming is maybe the equivalent, but, like, not even at all. You can at least engage with your farm every hour, so... Or, not every hour, it's less than that. Like, every, 20 minutes? I don't know how long a day is. How long is a day? Nothing like power leveling Palia? Yeah. Hey, everybody plays the game differently. I'm like a completionist in the game. I like to do all the achievements. I like to, uh, you know, do all the quests. A day is okay, it is 1 hour. I couldn't remember. But yeah, farming is like, was the slower one because you had to actually wait every hour. But now it's been completely blown out of the water by ranching, which is like 2 hours if you're power leveling and no lifing it. But realistically, I don't know what it is, like a day, like a full day between cycle. Anyway, but no, what was like going on? So anyway, I've been playing some Palia, and they have this, like, the theme of the world is sort of like this, that like humans have once existed or kind of existed, or I'm not going to get too into the story, but basically there's like a lot of old ancient ruins, and there's like a constant ongoing sort of investigation, sort of discovering the history of the world and how humans may or may not have like taken part in it. And I actually am a little foggy on it because I can't remember the story perfectly, but basically you are like one of the few humans, right? This entire world is occupied by non-human people, but they're humanoid and they basically are humans, but they're not humans. And there's like these ancient structures. There's like sort of ruins fallen down and stuff. And it's kind of, I've always liked that. Oh, you got the Phoenix horse, nice. So that's ranching actually fun for once. Yeah. So that's awesome. You're so much farther along in ranching than I am. My goodness, you must. I still have not quite figured out the whole ranching mechanic in that game with all the cookies and the feeding, and I'm sure there are lots of ways to like craft the perfect horses and stuff by using the right, the right traits, and taking the traits, splitting them if you like them, and then trying to like gamble to remove the bad traits and add the good traits and like rinse and I'm sure there's ways to min-max it and really like get an amazing ranch with amazing animals. I don't know how any of that works. I'm totally a noob. My ranching is still at like 6, I think. I just started like 2 days ago, or a day ago, or something. Or I didn't just start Palia a day ago. But you've been watching a streamer who's playing since day one, and she was talking about cookies, which is what got me to finally try breeding. Yeah, the cookies feel like it's fun. Like, I kind of feel like the ranching is sort of super late game in the sense that I think it'll take longer to get like a good ranch going with like all the cool animals and leveled up and like good traits and min-maxing your traits and really customizing it. Like, that's gonna be the long game, I feel like. Obviously decorating your plot is a thing because it's resource intensive, but like, if you just play the game a lot, you're gonna get there, whereas just playing the game a lot doesn't really... I mean, I only opened Palia to take a look at the 3D models. It's nice. Anyway, I enjoy the game, but the whole reason I brought it up was because the world in Palia, it's like a cozy MMO, but the world has sort of this like historical... It's like a historical world. I don't know how to describe it, where there's sort of this mystery enshrouded in the world, where there's these things that you don't know what they are. There's like a mystery locked behind codes and puzzles and things where it's like even the characters in the game don't fully understand it, and there's a lot of mystery even amongst them, and you're kind of figuring out with them. But yeah. And I like that. And so I think when I do my world, I kind of want that, where there's like a sense of mystery, some ruins, ancient glyphs. You don't really know what it is. Maybe I have a sense in my head, but like it doesn't need to be explicitly stated, and sort of things tying together in a loose way. Chrissy says, my ranching in Palia is 18. It's your lowest level skill. Yeah, so yeah, ranching is by far my lowest level, just because obviously it was just introduced like... Well, I guess it was introduced like 7 months ago, but I didn't play for that 7 months. So, yeah, it's by far mine. I think bug catching is my highest at like 170, 180 or something. I'm not quite sure. Bug catching is definitely my highest, I think. And that's because there was, well, my name in the game. If you want to add me, Chris, you can add me in the game. My name is Bug Catcher Joey, which is not coincidental. That is also my highest skill because, yeah, that was because there was when when the Elderwood was released, there was like a glitch with the frogs where if you were to put down a honey lure, when you were to put down the honey lure, all it would spawn was the legendary bugs, and it was just swarming with like the expensive frogs, and people would just get in parties and be catching the bugs like all day, every day, and because they would get you so much gold, because they would sell for like, I don't know, 500 gold a piece, and you could catch like 3 a second. It was insane, and so people were just like just grinding out, taking advantage of this bug. Seriously, people were so sad when it was gone because people were like capping out at like, I mean, I didn't cap out, so I capped out at like the 1,000,000 gold. But, and this kind of, there was like a slight depressing thing where like to know that other people have like 1,000,000 gold plus like an entire inventory full of these frogs they can sell. But it was the frog bug or frog. But anyway, so I'm loaded when it comes to money, but I don't think that takes away the fun from the game for me, because I can just focus on, like, I still need materials, and I'm surprised. I'm surprised they didn't roll it back. It lasted for 2 days, as far as I know. Actually, I think it lasted for 2 days. They patched it, and then somebody immediately discovered the same bug, but in a different location, because it was location dependent. And then they patched that one. But yeah, anyway, I'm surprised they didn't roll it back either. So I feel like a cheater, because I am a filthy cheater in that game. But yeah, so bug catching, and I know a lot of people's in that game, a lot of people's highest skill rank is cooking, because there was the cake parties where you basically get a big group of people and make a bunch of the celebration cakes, and you could sort of factory line it, and I think you can still do that. I don't think they're as lucrative as they used to be, but I think for 90% of people, cake parties are still the best way of income if you have a group of people. Which I've never actually done. I mean, I've made the celebration cakes on my own, but I believe, I started after the cake parties were kind of no more. Yeah, they nerfed them, and I never got in on that, but I know people did that, and people had like 700 level cake or cooking, and it was like, holy crap. Cooking's my lowest, I think, minus ranching at like 20 or something. I basically don't cook. Cooking sucks. I think it would be fun with people, though, but I don't play with people. Except for that brief moment where I did the frog parties. But anyway, Palia is a fun game. You guys, I think people should play it, especially if you enjoy environments. I think it's a beautiful game. They've added a new, world, or a new map, which is like the Great Plains kind of vibe. And there's like this it's called the Royal Highlands, but there's like a royal estate, and there's like the hunting grounds, and it's basically like a giant, massive plot of land. Just absolutely, well, maybe not absolutely enormous. It's very enormous. They added horses so you can roam the plains and stuff, but yeah, and it has like some royal history, and again, it's sort of steeped in this like historical mystery kind of, and it's cool. I like it, and so that's kind of what I want to do in some of my fantasy worlds. It's like, my lowest is ranching to at like 6 or 5 or something, but all the others are pretty high up there for me. I think all in over 50. I think you asked, do I have the bug plushies? I don't think so. I'll be honest, I'm just a hoarder in that game. I haven't decorated my plot in Palia. I've decorated some of my plot, or I've started it to make a plot is like my secondary plot, but my main place is just like an industrial mess, and when I get a new plushie, I'll just drop it in. It's literally like a junkyard. and it just has a bunch of stuff everywhere, and it's a complete disaster. I haven't tried to make it look nice at all. I don't know if I have bug plushies. I probably have a few if they're a thing. If they're new, then I don't. If they're new in the last 7 months, I don't have them. I have all the plaques of, like, the, you know, completionist thing, like catch all the shiny bugs. I have that. I think I have that for all of the Kilima fish and the bugs in both Kilima and Bahari. And I think I have it in the Elderwood, but I don't have it yet because I just started in the newest place. Your first thumbnail reminds me a bit of Castle Mountain in Banff National Park. Oh, nice. One of your favorite mountains. That's awesome. But anyway, Christy, that's exciting that you play Palia. I don't know if you ever would care to I don't know, catch bugs or something. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what you do in that game together. But you're welcome to add me. Guys just play League of Legends, best game ever. I played a lot of League back in the day. I don't play anymore. I do play Teamfight Tactics, though. Actually, Teamfight Tactics and Palia are my 2 games that I currently play. And Teamfight Tactics is kind of League of Legends. Right? Right? It's basically, it has League of Legends characters. It totally counts. It doesn't count. It's way cooler than League of Legends, actually. Well, it's in the client. So, like, if I'm playing Teamfight Tactics and in Discord, it'll be like, you're playing League of Legends. And I'm like, I'm not. I swear. But it thinks I am. It doesn't know the difference. But yeah, I think it was just a couple years ago that I kind of got into, like, the cozy gaming genre. So, like, Stardew, Minecraft, sort of, like, I don't know what you call it. Games with, like, farming. You know, Fields of Mystria is another one that's similar. A lot of games like that, kind of like Stardew. And Palia made a lot of sense for me to play because it's very similar. It has, like, all the skills. It's a little more MMO-ish, but it's not really an MMO. It's like a fake MMO. It calls itself a cozy MMO, but I don't think it is at all. I guess it is more now, right? It's more of an MMO. But anyway. There are some daily and weekly achievements you can get by playing together, such as... Oh, true! Yeah, cooking together skills. Yeah. That's true. There's all the things of, like, doing things together quests. Yeah. I've never done the cooking together quest because I've never actually had... Actually, that's not true. I think I did it once. Back when Rona and Steph also played a little bit. I think Rona said she's going to play again. Or she'll try it again. So I'll probably do some stuff there, but... Palia is great because it rewards you for playing together, but it doesn't punish you for playing solo. Yeah. Yeah, I think they've struck a nice balance in that game. Because a lot of games, like that sentence, what you just said in a lot of games would be, like, nonsensical. Because the fact that you are getting ahead by playing means you automatically are falling behind by not playing together. But not really, because I guess if you had a hyper optimized group, like the cooking parties, you really... The time to, like, coordinate is the difference between the two, and so you actually aren't super more efficient by playing together because there's, like, waiting for your friends to catch up, and, like, you know, there's, like, a wait period. Like, hey, I found a grove of the trees to chop, and then you have to, like, wait for people to show up, and there's, like, a lag, right? And so technically you're getting ahead because you're getting a bonus, but it's making up for it because of the wait time, kind of. And so it doesn't actually feel like you're missing out by playing solo. in some ways, I feel like you can, I would say like the average group play is probably less efficient, if I had to guess. But you are rewarded in little ways, like additional coins and stuff for like the achievements and stuff. So I guess that is a reward. But it doesn't really, those rewards are almost meaningless, and so it's just kind of like a little icing on the cake. I don't know. I actually really like the balance they've struck. You do get more loot. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You get more loot, but it's offset by the fact that like you have to coordinate playing together. Right? So yeah, I think, but I think if you can optimize it, it's way better to play as a group, right? But I don't think most people do. Most people don't take the game that seriously, and because it's not meant to be, right? It's a cozy, chill game. So it's nice because, and also the fact that there's no trading, which I think is nice. So there's not really an economy. I think that was another really good choice that they made, despite community asking for it, and they've ignored the community, thankfully, on this one. There's basically no trading. You can donate items like 4 an hour or something, or four items. I don't know how often it is, but it's not very much. Which I like, because then there's no economy. And if there is an economy, people would feel pressure to like, ooh, I must make money faster. Because other people are, rolling in the money, and so now I must compete. And I like that they don't have that. Because it makes it so you can play the game at your own pace, and you don't feel as like, like playing the economy and, ooh, I've got to optimize my farm so that I can buy stuff from other people. And like, I'm so glad that there is no economy. Anyway, I don't want to ramble about Palia too much today, because yes, I play it and I've been excited to play it and it's been fun, but I also think it's a little bit, other people probably can't relate quite as much. There is some trade, yeah, that's true. You can trade plushies and you can trade artifacts. That's true. I kind of forgot about that. Yeah, and the request feature is the thing of like the 4 at a time that I was talking about, which like 4, I don't think it's 4 per hour. I think it's like maybe 1 extra an hour, but you start with 4, so it's like 1 every 4 hours. I don't exactly know the time frame on it, but there is like a timer, and it sort of rolls over. And I like that. I think it's a good system. And the more like expensive, or not the more expensive, but the more difficult the item is to get, the fewer you can trade. So like you can trade like multiple, say, wheat, but you can trade very few apples, because apples are harder to get. And so it's kind of like they've sort of balanced the trading to be like, you can assist people if they need something, but you can't dump money into their bank, basically. If you want to give them expensive items, you can only give them 1. So I kind of like it. They did good. I think Palia did a really good job in that. Singularity 6 is the company. I know Jeremy Fensk works on Palia. If you follow Jeremy Fensk on Instagram or anything, he's done really nice environment art for it. I don't think he works on it anymore. He might have. I know he did a big part in a lot of the design of the initial stuff, and also I think some Elderwood. Yeah, totally agree, Chrissy. I do wish, now that I'm talking about Palia, I'm just gonna keep talking about it. I do wish they made it so there was more ways to spend what do you call it? I forgot what it's called because it's a thing I don't use. I'm just accumulating it. When you fulfill a request, you get 1 not honor, what's it called? Loyalty? It's not, I don't know what you call it. It's the thing that you get that you can like when you first start the game, you can fill up the shrines to like increase your stamina bar, and you can renown. Yes, I wish there was a renown dump, a way to use it. Unless there is, and I'm unaware of it. What do you use? Like, I'm basically almost, I'm not quite at the cap, but like I'm approaching, and I don't know what to use them. And like I would love to be incentivized to fulfill people's requests more and do that aspect of the game. But there's nothing to use it on, and there needs to be a renown dump, some sort of sinkhole that you can use it in, that does something, right? Maybe it's like a gambling thing where you can use your renown and buy tokens or something. I don't know, something to dump it in, because I just feel like there's. You can use it to purchase some housing stuff at City Hall, but that's... Oh, I didn't even know that. Okay, so there is something at least then. I was just afraid I was going to fill up and not have anything to do with it because, like... What... Like, yeah. But as long as there's something, then I'm okay with it. Now, early on when you first start the game, there's lots of stuff to use. Right? In fact, it's probably the most important thing in the game is, like, getting your energy bar thing higher so you can eat better foods and you know, because early on when you eat like one good food, it fills you up and then overcaps, so like you're wasting a lot of the food kind of, and it just is a kind of a waste of time to do that. But then you can increase the energy bar size so you can eat multiple foods. And yeah, I remember that. I knew of the registers. I just didn't know there was stuff you could use renown on. I'll have to check that out next time I log in, probably immediately after stream. Anyway, but yeah, if anybody wants to play with me in Palia, I want friends. You should add me. My name is Bugcatcher Joey. I think it's all one word. Is it all one word or is it two words? Bugcatcher Joey. I don't know. I think it's... I actually don't know. I have no idea if it's one word or... I think in Discord at one point. Let me Google. Let me see. Bugcatcher. I don't know. I swear I typed my name before. I guess I don't know. I don't know what my name is in this. I can't find where I typed it. I'll have to look at some point. But anyway, I'm pretty sure it's Bugcatcher Joey, but I don't know if it's one word, 2 words, 3 words. It's not 3 words. I don't even think I have a space in it. I think it's all one word. But I can't remember. But anyway, not that important. Don't feel like you have to add anything. We all forget our names sometimes. You know, isn't that the truth? Also, hi, the good name Real. How's it going? Hope you're doing well today. No cam? Oh, did I not have a cam? I have a cam. Like, I do look like I just woke up because I did, but it's not why I didn't have the camera on. I just forgot about it. Also, I'm kind of lagging again. Oh, it died. I know, I think I clicked off. I think I was on the wrong scene. Never mind, back. Yeah, I think I was on the wrong scene somehow. I don't know, maybe I tabbed off or something. I don't know what happened. Maybe it did die. Maybe I'm making up stories. But yeah, how are you, the good name Real? Hope you're doing well. I hate summer. Is what the good name Real says. Yeah, it's not my favorite month, or it's not my favorite season. In fact, it's probably my least favorite season, because I don't like the heat, and I much prefer winter. I've always been a winter person. I like I associate winter with coziness, staying indoors, stuff that like I like to do anyway. Yeah, it gets too hot in the summer. It's also like, yeah, I don't know about saying I hate summer. I think actually I'm beginning to like it more. And I say this, maybe it's because I'm getting older and summer is becoming like an excuse for me to like get out and do stuff more, because there's only so much like sitting inside. Like most of my life I've been totally content with sitting inside. But I feel like now I'm like, I should probably like get out, get some fresh air, be a little healthier. And I feel like summer is sort of begging me to do that. Whereas in the winter, there's like it's the opposite. It's begging me to stay inside. And so I think I've liked winter for that reason, kind of. Summer though, or even spring, yeah, I feel so I don't mind it. Like I just yeah, so anyway, that's it's kind of a thing. But I'm not a huge fan of summer. It gets too dang hot. What am I painting? I don't know. Just a little path. I like my paths. Paths and paintings are nice. Don't know quite what I'm painting though. Just making shapes. Civilization is not meant to exist in 45C. Ooh, that's hot. Where do you live? If you don't mind me asking. 45C, that's like, what, isn't that like Death Valley temps? I think it's been that hot here before, but that's like rare. I think like 43 is the hottest. Let's see. 43 or 45C to Celsius. 113. Yeah, I guess it has been that hot here, but very rarely. It gets that hot maybe a couple times each summer for me. But generally it hovers around 100 Fahrenheit, which is 41C, I think. 37, sorry. Normally it hovers around 37 Celsius for me. Or I shouldn't say it hovers around that. That's like a hot summer day. Like once it's officially summer, that's like what you might expect. It's like anywhere from 95 to 100, right in there. But yeah, 45 is very hot for where I am. And I'm also in like a very dry heat area. I'm in eastern Washington, which is like kind of a desert. We have very low moisture. And so that's kind of what defines a desert. So I don't know why I need to say that, but yeah, it is a desert, technically speaking. But yeah, no, I don't mind the heat that much. I mean, I don't like the heat, don't get me wrong. Heat sucks. But I think if it were like a moist heat, it would be worse. I think the dry heat, because you just sweat, right? You just sweat and then it dries up and you sweat more. And it makes you a little dehydrated. But you can more or less stay kind of cool, like dry, because it like the sweat dries. I know it's kind of gross, but here we are. Northern India has a gas chamber in the winter and an oven in the summer. Ugh, so hot in the eastern side of the state. On a lucky day, a gas chamber, asks Chrissy Carson. What does that mean as far as winter goes? Yeah, I don't know. I'm assuming like so I know in the valley, like if you live in a valley, and this is just a guess, I don't know. I'll let Good Name Real explain. But I know in if you live in like a valley where you have like mountains or something, you can get like stagnant air, like air kind of settles, and in colder temperatures, like the low fog, it can get pretty like the fog can hang low and kind of gets trapped in this little area, and so it kind of is like a gas chamber sort of, especially with like because I live in an agriculture area, and so you can get a lot of like stuff accumulating, and it kind of like the hot temperature because like hot air rises, right, and so I think a lot of things kind of hang lower in the cold, and you have a lot of like colder stuff hanging, like the air kind of hangs lower, so it gets trapped in the valley. That I know that's where I am. It's kind of like that. It's not that bad. Like I've never heard it called a gas chamber, but I can kind of understand because they're like on foggy days when there's like fog, it kind of stinks. There's like a scent to us with like the air is very stinky if it's a really foggy day, with like the clouds hanging low and due to like a lot of the agricultural chemicals and stuff, just various things. But yeah, that sucks though. Good Name. It sounds way worse for you. Humidity is awful. I'm in New England and it gets horrible here in the summer. Yeah, that's what I hear. Also, you guys in... Yeah, that does suck. Yeah, you're much further. You don't get as hot though, right? New England's a bit northern. Right? So or does it get hot? Or maybe you're not more northern. Yeah, you're more northern, aren't you? I don't know. I actually don't. I guess compared to like Washington, maybe not. I actually don't know. It gets hot as heck? Okay. Never mind. I don't know anything about New England. Not even sure I could point it out on a map. To be honest. I don't know crap about New England. It was in the 90s last week. Ooh, how hot is it here, I wonder? It is... it's only gonna be 70 today. Is that real? It's cloudy, I guess. It's supposed to be 80. Yeah, it's not hot this week for me. Though the winters are like 5 to minus 10 C at worst. There was a meteor that exploded off the coast of Massachusetts today, says T-Tech. We heard the explosion here in Rhode Island. Dang! What? That's kind of cool, actually. Like, did anybody... Wait. Okay, geology people are gonna have their pitchforks out. Is a meteor or a meteorite? Meteorites hit the ground, right? Meteor stays... what is... When you say a meteor exploded, is that exploding in, like, the atmosphere, or is it impacting the ground and exploding? I assume you mean impacting the ground. And then, like... Was it in, like, a place where people could be injured? Or, I mean, you know, the chances that it hits civilization is pretty slim. But... Oh, it's off the coast, so it's in the water, okay. So it hit the water and exploded. That's cool. It was horrific? Oh no, okay, maybe it's horrific. It sounds cool, but also that sounds not good. Oh, let me Google this. Sorry, I don't want to say something's cool if there's, like, devastation and disaster. Fireball explosion, meteor explosion over Ohio. In Ohio, Pennsylvania. Wait, there's an Ohio, Pennsylvania? Why did anyone name a city Ohio? Why would you do that? Come on, Pennsylvanians, get it together. No, from what the news says... Oh, off the coast. Okay, so I'm thinking of something different. What am I looking at? Okay, oh, that was in March. Never mind. Off the coast... Well, whatever. You guys can look it up for me. It was hectic with everyone trying to figure out what happened. Gotcha. Dang, that's crazy, though. That's crazy. Okay, yeah, I looked at the wrong news source. Okay, so I was looking at something from March. I did a Google search. Dang, that's crazy, though. I didn't know... I mean, obviously it happens, but yeah. Dang, do you think, like... Because you probably looked more at the news than I have, because I haven't even looked at the news source. Is it, like, large enough that, like, if it were to have hit land, people would have for sure been, like, in harm's way? Or is it... It's on the CBS News from Boston? Yeah, that's scary, kinda. Like, imagine it hit... I don't know. I don't know why. I just think getting hit by a meteor sounds really intense and dangerous. I'm making some, like, crystals and stuff. Crystalline structures here. Don't know what that is. One hit Russia a few years ago and it blew windows out of buildings. Dang. Okay, that's pretty intense. So just like a massive sound explosion. Like sonic boom type shockwave effect. That's crazy. Dang. Kind of scary. I always thought, like, back in the day that we would have, like, anti-meteor tech where, like, oh, we can see a meteor coming and then we just blast it out of the sky or something and so it never hits anybody. Is that a thing? That tech doesn't exist, right? Those objects are too small, right? I feel like those objects are too small, too fast for us to, like, properly detect in time. Or do we have the tech? Like, if there was a meteor headed towards... Sorry, this sounds stupid. Like, if there's a meteor headed towards, like, you know, New York City, can we just, like, blast it out of the sky? Like, is that... I don't know how any of this works. If, like, a really big... Yeah, I mean, I guess if one that was large enough to detect in the sky, we would. But, like, maybe the idea that the smaller ones are still super deadly, but they are harder to detect because they're dark objects. They just, you know, they're not like they're... Or they just... I mean, if it were really big, sure, yeah, we'd blow it up probably. But it'd have to be big enough that we can detect it, right? I don't know how that works. Didn't we just do something about an asteroid that was headed at us? There was an asteroid that was headed right at us, wasn't there? But I think it was gonna miss, right? I remember that, like, a year ago, there was a news story about, like, an asteroid that had, like, a 45% chance of coming towards Earth or something. And, like, the number wasn't super high, but it was high enough that it was scary. And I think it didn't. And then we were fine, obviously. Right? There was a couple recently, yeah. I wish that stuff got more news. Like, I know in the eyes of the news people, a non-incident isn't as exciting. It's only the possibility of an incident, and then if the thing happens. So, like, the possibility of danger is exciting. and actual danger is exciting. But once the danger has been avoided, it's just never in the news. Or at least I feel like that. At least in my like the news that I see and the way that news comes across my eyes. And I think that's a shame. We need to like it's the same in like science research and stuff where like a random experiment that gets no like positive result oftentimes doesn't even get published, which is so stupid. Like you spent all this time and energy pursuing an experiment, and then you learn something, which is that your hypothesis was incorrect, and that maybe there was there was more variables than you need to know, or like something, right? You learn stuff, but then you don't publish it because it doesn't sound exciting enough. Like that's a shame. And like what a waste of time of other people pursuing similar research that never gets published because they don't know that you did that, right? And like I think that's been like a long-standing issue, and it's also in news. Like what's this thing where like we don't talk about the failures, or not the failures, or even the successes that are not exciting, right? So it's not just like if we succeed in deterring something, we don't necessarily, that's not a news story. Same with like policing, right? This is like a big thing where if you have a good preventative measure, whether it's through police or other methods, you don't really talk about it because the stats that people look at are like the actual crime stats, and crime stats are down. There's no like, it's not really a news story of like, oh, we did a thing and nothing happened, like, like, I don't know. It's always like the big stuff that gets this. Maybe those are totally different issues, but I feel like that kind of there's like it feels like a human problem, right? Like us humans really like the exciting stuff. We like things to happen, and like things that don't happen, avoiding things, preventing things, just doesn't like land in our brain. Wasn't there a big thing where like, I mean, this even happens in like science and in medicine with like preventative vaccines, right? People will take a vaccine, nothing will happen. People are like, oh, it wasn't a real problem, right? Like, weren't there people like denying that polio was like an actual problem because we basically got rid of it? And they're like, oh, we don't need vaccines. Why are we putting chemicals in our bodies for polio when like, it's not a real threat? It's like, dude, we prevented it. It's gone. And like, and not completely, like, like it could come back, but like let's not pretend that it just because it doesn't sound exciting. Like preventative measures they should be more. I don't know why humans are so bad at this, but it seems like anything that's preventative just doesn't catch in the news cycles as much, and like we don't talk about it as like an achievement because it doesn't feel flashy. Like we did a thing in the background and I mean, even like, I mean, I know this happens in like workplaces, right? If some jobs, if you do your job well, no one even knows you exist. And of course you're never going to get praised because no one even knows what you did. And it's, unless you outwardly say like, hey, this is what I'm doing. I'm keeping the system running. And then until it breaks and people are like, oh, we need this people, it's like until the thing breaks, but like, it's just like working silently in the background. It feels like that. Right? Anyway, I don't know what I'm ranting about. Just, I'm sure there's some segue into like, yeah, I don't know what I'm ranting about. I also don't like what I'm painting. It's okay. It's a little boring. Just making some thumbnails for anyone who's curious. Just sketching some scenes, crystal areas. Maybe like a desert scene. Some nice desert. Some orangey yellow. Some cooler reds. Some blues. There, that's not bad. Do I do these thumbnails all in the one layer? No. I mean, mostly. I don't really, like, right now, this one had some extra layers. This one was mostly another layer. These were, that one was pretty much entirely one layer, number 2. I don't really think about the layers I'm using. I couldn't tell you what isn't on a different layer unless I go and check. My layers are unimportant. Like, the way I use layers is more of like, it's like a mental safety net. It's like, or like if I pause, if I just sit here, and let's say I saved my file, but I'm just sitting here talking, drinking my tea. When I come back, I'll probably just make a new layer out of habit, because I don't really know what I was working on. It might take me a moment to get back into the swing of things, and so I don't want to have to, like, you know, if I want to sort of use it as a warm-up. But most of the time, I just keep painting, and I don't even ever... I never go back to layers. If I get really stuck, I might delete the layer I was on, or, like, just sort of erase stuff. If I'm gonna do, like, a thing where I paint in, like, a character into my scene, and I don't want to, like... You know, it might take me a few tries to get it right, I'll do that on a separate layer. But once I start, like, painting and I have the size and the position of stuff right, then I just keep painting on top. I don't keep it, like, the characters on one layer, you know, the foreground on another. Alfred asks, Afterburner asks, when you choose to develop a thumbnail further, do you take the actual one and enlarge it? Yep, sure do. I have done things where, like, I'll re-sketch it, but yeah. Most of the time, I literally just grab it and stretch it and enlarge it, and I go bloop, and I stretch it. It gets a little pixelated if I make it super big, but that's fine because I'm gonna repaint on it anyway, because none of this is, like, set in stone. But yeah, mostly these are just fun doodles. These are very loose. They're not meant to be anything super exciting. What's your default resolution for your developing artwork? Typically like 4,000 pixels wide. If it's too much bigger, I lag. If there's a reason, so it kind of depends. I mean, I guess my default's about 4,000, but there's exceptions, right? Exceptions are things like if I know I'm going to make it a print, I'll try and make it a little bigger. So typically I'll do, like, you know, first... So right now, a thumbnail is... ...800 pixels wide. My canvas is 3,000 pixels wide. So right now my canvas is 3,000 pixels wide, which is actually a little on the small end. I thought it was 4,000, so I stand corrected. This is probably about the normal resolution that I'd work for a big one. I'd just scale it up to the whole screen. If I know I'm... So I'll do it in 3 stages, right? Stage 1 is the thumbnail, which is like 800 by whatever I just said it was. 550. So 800 by 550, roughly. And then I'll scale it up to roughly 3,000. I'll say 3,000 by 1,800. And then the next stage, if I know, like, I'll work on it a bit but then typically after I work on it on the bigger version, right, I start refining it, I'll have a hunch, like, is this a painting that I'm liking? Is this a painting that I want to continue working on even more? And at some point in here, I make a choice, right? And that if I decide, I will then scale it up as big as I can without lagging. So, you know, maybe 6,000, anywhere from 4,000, that's a 5, anywhere from 4,000 to, you know, 6,000 probably on the wide end. And then by whatever the scaled ratio is of that. And typically the ratio will be like 4 to 6. That'll be like, you know, 4 here. So this would be the 4, this would be the 6, right? The ratio will be 4 to 6. So whatever, so if this is 4,000, this would be 6,000. If this is 6,000, this would be like 7.5. 8.5? I don't know what the number would be. Something like that. So that's kind of... I typically, I don't scale it past this, but this would be only if Um, I always get intimidated by scaling images up since the thought of rendering it all smooth again scares me. So if you work loose to refined, I find it's not too much of a problem, because if I like, say, all these shapes hypothetically, which I don't, I'm okay with like the background being blurry, right? And so as I start refining, I'm refining the stuff that is like more in focus and the smaller shapes and the more detailed stuff. And so that ends up being the stuff in focus. So I don't actually mind. It gives you a bit of like, I don't need everything to be super duper crisp, right? If there's a little bit of pixelation or a little bit of blur back here, so be it, right? Or if I have big shapes in the foreground that are just blobby blurs, that's fine too. If I'm gonna paint like little individual stones that I want to be in focus, well, that's a detail that I'm not working on yet, right? So I'll do that way later, and so that will be in focus when I want. Otherwise, it just stays very loose, and also it's quite, if you paint kind of painterly, it doesn't really matter if it's pixely because it just kind of looks like texture, right? Because like a texture brush is, you know, like it doesn't. The difference between a pixel and intentional texture is pretty negligent. Like it doesn't. That's not the word. Not negligent. What's the word I'm looking for? Negligible. Negligible, not negligent. It doesn't really matter. It's insignificant. Afternoon, Artsy KC. How's it going? Okay. Let's see. Usually only do backgrounds, but trying to learn character bodies now. Oh, nice. Yeah, I feel like that pose, you have a good gesture going on. Very cool. Thanks for the info. Do you change the DPI? No. So, when I print, not really. So kind of. I sort of do the DPI calculation beforehand, so it's not really about DPI. So here, let me bust open a calculator to explain. This is a hard thing to explain. The answer is kind of no. I don't change the DPI, but I do care about it, right? You generally, the rule is like 3,000 or 300 DPI, right? So if I knew that I wanted to paint at 11 by 17 inches, right? 11 inches times 300 means that if I'm going to paint at 11 by 17, right? The short end needs to be 3,000 pixels, right? So as long as I'm over in the right ratio and over the 300 DPI limit, I don't have to worry about it, right? As long as I hit that benchmark of it, I have 300 pixels per square inch, right? So if I clear this, so 17 inches by 300, I would need 5,100 on the long side, right? So I would need the 3,000 whatever I just said, right? 3,000, let's say 500, I don't know, by whatever I just brought up on screen, which was the 5,100, right? I think this number's wrong. I can't remember. But like, as long as I have this or more, I can print at 11 by 17. If I don't have enough DPI, I can't print at a larger scale. So it kind of depends on what I'm going to print for, and I make that choice after this. So I typically will paint at like this ratio, but if I know it's going to go to print on anything... So I have these little postcard size prints, and these prints... Is my camera on? I don't even know. Yeah, so I have these little postcard size prints, and that's kind of what I'm painting at. Right? The scale that I paint at is the default for this. If I want to make it larger, I need to increase the pixels, right? I'm not thinking specifically of DPI, but I'm just increasing the resolution to the point where the DPI will be at least 300, right? If you go in your program and change the DPI, but constrain the size, it's going to increase the pixels for you. So I just increase the pixels. I don't increase DPI, which does the same thing because you print it as size. I don't know if that makes sense. So like, because there's different variables and you can change either one, right? You you can lock the ratio. So like there's pixels, there's size, or like dimensions, I guess I'll say. And then there's DPI, which is like a combination of pixels times dimension, right? You can lock any of these. You can say, I want this many pixels, and then DPI will change accordingly. I typically lock dimensions, and then I allow pixels to be free, and so I say, or sorry, I don't lock dimensions. I guess also like ratio. This is like the aspect ratio, right? So typically I know my aspect ratio. Say I want to print at 11 by 17, I figure out what the ratio is, or I know I want to print by, these are 4 by 6 inch prints, so I'll print it. So as long as I have the 4 by 6 inch ratio, I can bloat the pixels as high as I possibly can, and then I can print at a smaller size if I need. So I don't know if that makes sense. Like, it doesn't really matter if this square to me is, 3,000 pixels wide or 6,000, because it's going to be like, now there might be a stage where like if it was 15,000 pixels wide and I was going to print it really small, maybe it would look funny. There'd be like artifacting or something, like compression. I don't know how that works. I don't think I paint outside that range. I feel like there's a good wiggle room where, like, if you were to paint from, say, 300 DPI to 450, you're going to be fine, right? If you get into, like, 10,000 DPI, there might be weird issues. I don't know. I don't know quite how that works when printing, where, like, you're losing information because you're crunching it down. I know that when you stretch it up, it's going to look pixelated, and that's where you want, like, the 300 DPI, so you're not stretching it. And I'm well within that range. But the scrunching it down range, I don't know. I don't know enough about printing. I haven't ran into that case because I don't paint large enough. You might actually, this would be a good question for Voidbrush, because he paints at like ludicrous sizes, like literally like 20,000 pixels wide or something. And if he's ever printed his stuff, he might be a good one to ask about, like, what does that do to the quality? Does that, like, is there weird compression? Because, yeah, but generally, you have to DPI is important if printing. But if your computer can't handle it, like, DPI is important. Like, I also think I don't know. Yeah. I guess I just think more about, like, what size am I printing at? I make sure the aspect ratio is that size, right? Is it this size? Is it a square? Is it tall and skinny? Is it long and skinny? Right? This is important for me. And then I just make it as large as I can, pretty much. But there are some sites, so there's a site called Imprint, which I use for prints, which I haven't updated in years. It feels like years. But Imprint won't even let you sell a print at a bigger size if it doesn't meet the pixel requirement. So, like, if I paint something too low pixels and it can't make it 300 DPI, it won't print it. It will not offer me the option to sell a print at that size, right? And so that's kind of where, like, as long as I make it big enough, I can sell it any size. And so I'm not really worried. Like, if you're doing it on your own, you do need to be aware, because then, like, if I didn't have, let's say, Imprint saying, hey, you can't make a print of this, it's too small, but I tried to do it anyway, that's where you run into issues, because I didn't have enough pixels, right? You just need enough pixels. And you don't want to stretch them. So, when in doubt, go big. But don't kill your computer over it. Or print small, right? When in doubt, go big or print small. Like, one of the two. I mostly print small. Chrissy, you finished. Nice. And yes, I am using Clip Studio Paint. Joe, would you like to see the collection of studies from... Yes, I would. I'd love to see them. I would love to see the collection of the studies you've done. They're always so motivating to see. I feel like I get a boost of inspiration every time I see the studies you've done. Well, maybe there's some... This is just gonna be a desert, maybe. I feel like this desert needs some plant life, or like an oasis in here. I'm just making shapes. I'm just noodling. Do we want like an oasis? I mean, we will eventually. I feel like a desert isn't ever finished without an oasis. But again, oases don't have to be water either, right? You can have like an oasis of any sort of mineral or resource that is scarce, and then you have an oasis of the resource. So we could have like a crystal oasis. I like the idea of crystals, by the way. I don't know why. Like in like magic sources, they're always fun. Magic powered crystals that glow and they do things infused with energy. It's always a fun like fantasy sort of tropey thing, kinda. That doesn't look like crystals, that looks like lava. Okay, let's take a look at Chrissy's work. It's so good. What the heck? Look at these hands. You guys see this? Different lighting. I like that you did different lighting scenarios. Like this one is kind of like high key. It's very bright. This one's, you know, like this one has a lot of darker shapes and silhouettes and like deep darks. This one you did in color, so it's not just, you know, hand anatomy, but also color study, right? This one has a lot of color, subsurface scattering. Ooh, I really like this one. Look at those colors and the way you did that. That's so good. These are so good. I know there's some hiding that you guys can't see because they're behind. Ooh, this one's cool. You got the arm in here with the foreshortening. That's cool. These are so good. Ooh, this one, I really like this one. This one's good. Although this one I feel like really wants, maybe not. Is this on the counter? I feel like this one wants like a surface to be pressed on. Dang, these are so good, Chrissy. Amazing job. There's some more over here you guys can't see. This is the hand, that thing, that maybe that's not the hand gesture, but that's yeah, that's what I'm thinking right now is the yeah. These are great. Thank you. You did an awesome job, Chrissy. Thank you for sharing. Thank you very much for sharing. See, I aspire to be like Chrissy. With the what do you call it? The stick-to-itness. The grit of sticking to the thing that she says she's gonna stick to. She's like, I'm gonna do studies every single day, and then actually does studies every single day. Right? I feel like most people are like, I'm gonna do studies every day, or I'm gonna go on a jog every day. And then you get 1 week in or 2 days in, and you're like, I can skip today. And then you don't do it. Right? Like, Omi, how's it going? You said, on YouTube, said, hey Joe, how's it going? How are you doing? I'm doing well. Guess who's back? Shady's back. Anyway, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. I also really need to work on crystals and rock textures. I very much lack that, so might do those. Might do a month of those. That'd be fun. I mean, for me to see. It'd be fun for me to see you paint those. Uh, the thing I know about crystals is that typically they don't just grow out of nothing. There's like a rock base. So if you have like a bunch of crystals, and this is not that complex, but like if you have a bunch of crystals here, there will typically be like other rock forming here, right? So you have like a mass, and they'll grow out of the rock of some other thing. Or in it, I guess. In the rock is the better word. But very rarely there's like a thing and then crystal sticking out of it. And so you oftentimes like have multiple materials, which is kind of a cool thing. Which is a nice opportunity to do like other textures and shadow and light information. Also, lots of hard edges, I know, with crystals. I don't think I'm great at crystals. Also, like lots of subsurface scattering. You can get some really, really bright bright spots and that light shining through. Gonna try to do that right now. No, I want to make the shapes interesting. So if I do something like this, these can be very bright. This is going to be less bright. Oh, that was on the wrong layer. That's okay. And then maybe I can take some like glow dodge and just lightly paint in some lighting. I don't know if these look like crystals or not. Okay, that's a lot of lighting. Don't know about that, but that's too much. Yeah, I need to do some crystal studies too, now that I'm thinking about it. Ah, hydrate! Thanks for the hydrate command. One moment. Yeah, those don't. Yeah, crystals and rocks are great. They're definitely one of a very fun thing to paint. I'm not great at them. I mean, I've done a handful of crystal studies and stuff, but whether or not I retain the information and actually apply it to the thing that I'm painting that's a whole nother story. So fancy? What fancy business has happened? Nothing's fancy's here. No fanciness here, Billy Ravens. How's it going? Hope you're doing well. For those who are just coming in or what weren't here earlier, I have a goal. I have a dream. No, I have a goal of painting environments and then tying them back to like a world map. And so this is not one of them, but I mean, I painted this, but it's basically I'm gonna paint a bunch of spots, and then one of these I might take one of these and work on it for a bit. I don't know, maybe I'll pick one of these right now. We only have 4 of them. I have a gold dream, yeah. But I might take it so here, I actually have some more sketches too we could work with. Like this one could work, some sort of like fields or plains. This one's a little basic. I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna copy some of my old thumbnails. These are very bright, a little different than today's. Today's are much more normal colored. Just gonna plop those there. What about these? I don't like any of those. Nope, none of those. 4 and 6. Well, 4 doesn't have one. You can't vote for 4. You can't vote for 4. 4 has nothing. Today's 1. Okay. Yeah, no, we're not there yet. We're not there yet. We're not to the voting stage yet, but it's in just a few minutes though. I want to finish this one up. 4 has potential. 4 does have potential. In fact, it has almost all of the potential and none of the actualization. It is entirely potential. Yeah. That is how the blank canvas works. This was gonna be a desert, but now I'm not so sure. Maybe it's a portal. Ooh, portals would be fun in this fantasy world. This does look like a desert, but... Ooh, what if we do this? I'm just making shapes. I'm kind of redoing this entire thing. Yes, glow, a portal. Yeah, maybe. Hold on, I gotta... We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Maybe there's shapes circling it. I know in Magic there's a set where they have like these circular portal thingies, which are kind of cool. A black hole portal in the middle of the desert? Maybe. Yeah, maybe it's like a swirling, like a vortex thing. So you have like the black hole swirly thingy is going around. And I don't know what these rock thingies are. I don't think I've set this up very well for that, though. Yeah, I probably didn't set this up very well for that. Because we're going to cover up half of it. Okay, this doesn't look like anything right now, but bear with me. Just bear with me. This doesn't look like anything. Okay, actually, so this looks terrible. Hold on. I thought I was gonna cook here, but I'm not cooking. It's not cooking as hard as I want. Let's try the glowy thing again. Just a little bit of glowy light. Maybe a little, I don't know. Let's think. Yeah, I think this one would need to be set up differently. A magical desert Stonehenge. Yeah, kinda. I was trying to think, like, not so much a Stonehenge, but more like a crater, kind of. And then maybe, but like a crater that kind of has... I don't know, actually. I gotta think about it. Maybe some Stonehenge vibes. It's a little dark. Let's add some blue like fill light to it. We don't need it to be super dark. A little gray. Darker gray. Something like that. And then this dark gray can make its way into the shadows a little bit. So we have, this is the sand. Like that. I'm trying to simplify some of these shapes. Hey! Zenes, how's it going? Long time no see. A glowy rock with magical field of stones. A magical desert stone. Yeah, something like that. So I like this idea. Sort of, yeah, like some stones here. Some... Yeah, stuff kind of like that. I don't quite know where the light's coming from. I guess this direction, actually. I don't know why I'm putting the light on the wrong side. But I do need to add some fill light in here so we can actually see what these stones are. Because right now they're just dark blobs. I don't really know what the stones are, to be honest. I haven't really figured that out. Definitely some dark energy. I feel like I've seen this before. Really? I mean, you've probably seen similar stuff. I think I've seen stuff to this before. A little bit. Sorta, kinda. Maybe? I don't know. Who knows, it might possess magical abilities. Yeah, so that's kind of what I'm hoping is, like... So, for those who don't know, I'm basically making a bunch of paintings and gonna try... And depending on the ones that I pick, I'm going to try and, like, populate a world map. Kind of like this. I'm gonna redo a world map, though, and sort of populate it with, like, the locations. So, for example, if I'm painting a desert thing and it's like a purple desert or whatever, I might make the glowy purple stones here, and I'll do like a simple painting of, like, you know, maybe it's the crater, and we have like, it's gonna be like a three-dimensional version of this, right? And so it's like, okay, well, here is this thing, and maybe I'll make like an interactive map. I'll figure out how to do that. And so when you click on it, it'll take you to the finished painting of this, right? So you can click on the desert and, like, here's the location, right? And so each of the things, each of the places will be a painting, basically, that I've made. Obviously, this is not going to be it, but this is an example where it'll just be like a little icon. Maybe it won't even be an icon. Yeah, maybe an interactive map, maybe, yeah. And so each one, I mean, at first it's not going to be an interactive map, but at first it'll just be a non-interactive map, but it's just a map. And so maybe it'll look like this or something, right? Something very similar. Obviously, again, this is low resolution and not going to be the final, but, you know, and then I'll have to render out some of the, you know, the sand dunes, and I'm like, okay, here's the location in the desert. You know, maybe there's some additional little areas nearby because I want the terrain to, like, make sense. And then, yeah, if you were to click this, you could be taken to the painting that I'm making. That's kind of the current vision. I don't have a lot to go on right now. I do have a billion little paintings I could incorporate, but none of them have been specifically made with that in mind. So anyway, that's kind of my goal. That's my goal. And I don't know, maybe this will be the first one. It's this desert vortex thing. And then maybe we slowly, right? Again, this is very slowly. I don't want to get too far ahead, but, like, maybe we take, like, this idea of, like, okay, we've made this desert vortex. Maybe, what is it, right? Maybe we have some lore, and this desert vortex is, you know, affecting the wildlife, and it's affecting the structures, and maybe there's giant things that are, you know, erupting from the earth all over the place, and maybe we repeat some of the themes, or, like, maybe it spawns a whole new idea, and I don't know. I'm not sure where it's going to go. It's just going to be slow. Chrissy says, oh, I forgot to mention that my friend request in Paleo will show up as a Luca Quest. That's your PlayStation name. Oh, good. Okay, perfect. If I see a Luca Quest, I will accept it. Nice. Well, lately I overcame a psychological barrier that was hindering my painting process, so I'm happy. How you doing? I'm doing well, Zenes. I'm doing well. Druff says that's amazing. I'm excited about this process. I think it has potential to give me things to paint when I don't know what to paint, which is, you know, I feel like I'm kind of over that. I mostly can figure it out, but it's I think it'll be like an extra source of motivation, and at least for a while, until I get tired of it. But I think tying it into stream is going to be useful, and I think what I'll do is on Mondays, just because it has Map Crunch Monday. It has alliteration. Not Map Crunch Monday. Sorry, Map Making Monday. Maps and Mondays have alliteration, so maybe on Monday streams I will do the map side of this, right? And so we will take this painting, or we'll work on paintings specifically for, like, I don't think every single stream is gonna be at, you know, contributing to this thing, but I suspect I would like some of them too. So maybe I'll use Mondays as like a work day for that, to like condense things or plan. I don't know. I'm not quite sure where we're going yet. It's a work in progress. I'm open to ideas. There's going to be a lot of flexibility. It's a really well-fitting... I think, yeah, that's the thing, right? And I think that's why I'm excited about it, is because it's fitting with my stream, and it's already fitting with the stuff that I do, right? It's not... It doesn't feel like this super ambitious thing that is out of the realm of, like, my skills, right? It's like, okay, well, I'm already making environments. I'm already doing thumbnails. I've demonstrated that I am willing to do a map of some sort. And, like, I clearly, you know, painting little tiny mini things. Yes, this is a little bit different for me, doing, like, icons and, like, small versions. But, like, I could do that. The only thing I don't have the skills for is making an interactive map, which I feel like once you make this you know, if you were to make this like a JPEG online, it's probably not hard to make like a box that you can click that will bring you to a new, like, bring up a pop-up screen. I don't know how to do it, but, like, again, maybe I can get someone to help me, pay someone some money or something, or if someone wants a fun project that is totally not fun because it's not for them. I don't know. No, I'll probably have to figure out how to do it. It's basically just links, and it can't possibly be too difficult. I'm sure someone in chat can help me figure it out how to do it, and once I streamline it and know how to upload an image and then move the boxes where I want them to, like, clickable links, I feel like it can't be terribly hard. Again, I'll probably have to learn some skills, but that doesn't even, I don't even need that at first, right? At first, I just need to have the images. The plant turn. Thank you. This is not finished. I'll probably never work on this one again. This is what we did last stream. And this is kind of what sparked the whole, like, inspiring me to do this sort of mini project thing, or maybe not mini project. And it sort of sparked the whole idea because I started putting, like, locations on the map, right? And I'm like, oh, well, this is like a thing I painted before. And like, oh, this is like a thing I painted before. And like, what if I put a bunch of locations that I painted on a map? And so this is not going to be the map, but I might do like a larger version. That's actually probably the biggest unknown that I have to just make a choice, is like, how big do I make the map? I don't know if I want it so big that you zoom in and like can see all the little stuff as tiny little icons. But at the same time, because like I also want the map to look interesting, right? If I get the map too small, so say I increase the resolution, hypothetically. So let's say I copy this painting. Not copy it. Let's say I do this. And make it, 5,000 pixels wide. And I stretch it and make it real big. Now this is not very big, but let's just say 5,000 pixels is massive. Let's say it's 50,000. Right? If I zoomed in and did like a little icon here, like, oh, here's an ocean town You know, there's a little town, there's a whole castle in here. This image, when you zoom out, let's say this is the big castle, right? It's floating, it's an island, it has a bridge, you know, to the land, and there's little islands over here, right? Here's my image. Let's say I painted this painting, and I made an image. This is not visually interesting, right? I want there to be visual interest, like focal points, things you can see that look cool on the map. I don't want it to be so small that you can't see it, right? So I'm a little torn. Where are they? So that's a good point. Where are the Easter eggs? So that might be a thing where, like, if I just painted a big resolution, I could do like mini locations. Like, here's a campsite, right? If I wanted to do like let's say I do a little mini zoomed in version one day, and I want to make a, you know, because like not everything needs to have an icon. Like, some stuff could be, if you click in the random spot in the forest, it'll take you to a little scene of like animals in the forest, right? Maybe I want to do something like that where it's not a location, but it's more of like, you know, here's just a bunch of critters in the forest if you click. So I want to be able to do Easter eggs, right? And that might be where, like, zooming in to like a thing that's hardly visible and you can kind of see something. You know, so maybe I'll just make this map at super crazy high resolution, and then I'll keep the landmarks as big, right? Big, massive landmarks. And then I'll make smaller things. You know, it also depends on the scale. So, like, if this is this big and this is this big, you know, if this is a castle, then how big is this, right? Like, I guess that would make sense for a mountain, right? Castles are quite small compared to mountains, so maybe it's, you know, maybe the size works. I don't know. So that's something, that's probably one of the biggest things I have to figure out, is sort of how big am I painting this thing? Relatively, like, what does this map look like? And I think this is sort of a good dry run for that, where I do like that these feel like focal points, right? These feel like areas where, you know, you kind of want to click it because it looks interesting, right? Or you want to, you know, zoom in. But also, like, I don't want it to be, I want there to be something offered from what you see to when you zoom in, right? I don't want there to just to be like this to be the whole thing, and then you zoom in and all you see is the exact same thing but bigger. Like, I don't want that, right? I want there to be like a new perspective. I want you to zoom in to, you know, like essentially an icon, right? So where was it? I thought I had, maybe I lost it. Oh, I see what happened. I didn't copy the whole thing. Right? I want it to be like, if you see this on the map and you click it, and when you get this image, but this is now like rendered. This is obviously not rendered, but pretend it is. This actually can offer something, right? Maybe there's people, maybe there can still be characters in here, you know, walking to this location. You know, maybe there's explorers, and you are the explorer, and so when you click on these maps, you actually see the explorers. Maybe they're similar characters in all of them. You know, these characters are walking and exploring, leaving little tracks in the sand. And so there's, you know, maybe there's a little story that's developing. Again, this is already getting over. Maybe you can overlay some sort of, yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Little pins or flags, kind of like a Google Street View map thing, like little pins of, like, you know, that could be a thing. Although I do mostly want it to be like the visual impact is going to be from the thing. So, like, if there's something that looks like it's of interest, I want it to be something of interest, right? So, but again, I think that's going to be easy. I think it'll be easy. You know, if I have a giant city on the ocean, I think it'll be pretty easy to draw a city on the ocean and just be like, you know, make it large enough that it stands out on the map, you know, pick a value, pick a whatever, you know, be like, okay, this thing stands out. So now it's gonna be its own focal point because it's gonna stand out, right? It's gonna be different. And maybe this city on the ocean has, you know, bright green roof, you know, like parts of the roof is bright green or something, right? Made of jade. And so you have these bright, like, that's gonna be, like, you can see that, right? And I can always edit the map to, like, be more visible. Like maybe I want this to be darker so that this part stands out more. You know, this is just an example, but like I think I want the icons to be the visual weight, right? I want that to be the thing that like I thought about like what if we just put like a little marker here of like in red or orange and be like, you know, look, click me. But like, you know, like kind of like the little, you know, the little pin. I thought about that, but that's just gonna get ugly and like I would almost rather have an Easter egg and not have the pin and just have you click around randomly and it take you to the closest. Maybe that's what I would do, right? Where again, this is way above my pay grade in programming and editing things, but like making regions. So like, you know, if let's say I have towns, again, I'm just spitballing ideas here. Let's say these towns, these are all, let's say all of these are locations of interest that I've put on the map, right? They're all visually, like, they're icons, right? These are things that you can see. The spaces between, let's say this is all the same forest. Imagine I made all of this region clickable for that forest. So if you click on these, you'll be taken to the icons, right? If you click exactly on the like, you know, if you click exactly on this shape, you'll be taken to this. But if you click anywhere between this shape and any of this other stuff, right? Anywhere in this region, say in the blue region, you'll be taken to just the, you know, a generic scene that represents this desert area, right? But you have to click on the icons. So like you'd have, I section up the map into regions, or like if you click this region, you'll be taken to the nearest one or something. I don't know how that's gonna work, but that's kind of the idea. Anyway, good luck, Chrissy, at the art market. Good luck, good luck. Anyway, I think this is gonna be the first one that I paint on. It'll make it to the map, because I think deserts are fun, and this is, you know, a nice iconic scene in the desert. Contrasting colors, dark purples or dark colors and deserty. Maybe when you do hover your mouse over a market, enlarges. Yeah, it could be hovered, so it's not zooming. Yeah, it enlarges towards the zoomed in bird's view, where the point of interest is. Well, bird's view. So changing views would require changing like multiple paintings. I don't know if that's gonna. I think what it'll do is just bring you to this. It'll just be like, here's this, and maybe I'll write a caption, right? If I ever get really ambitious and I want to like explain like lore, I can write little like mini story, right? Like you know, maybe there's a lore. Again, this has the potential to like build, and that's the goal, right? The goal is to be able to add stuff to it over time. For now, it's just gonna be the art. I'm just gonna focus on. Make a map, make a painting, after I do a painting, add it to the map. Make a new painting, right? Go back to the drawing board, think of more locations, paint it, add it to the map, right? Rinse and repeat. Then I'll have a collection of maps with paintings tied to them, and then if I want to like start adding them, again, that's later. That's kick that one down the road. This is just me doing I think this is the painting we're going to work on today, though. So I'm actually going to blow it up right now, because we're already 2 hours into stream, and I think this is a fun first location. So, sorry you guys didn't get a vote. I swear the voting will come back to stream. That will be a thing that we get to do. But for now... Also, I don't know if I'm gonna change, like... I think I'm gonna leave weather out of it, so, like, I can... If I want to do a nighttime scene, I can do a nighttime scene. Or, like... Because, like, this scene, for example, has a very cloudy sky. Am I just gonna put, like... gray clouds over this and do, you know, like... That's not interesting, right? So I don't think I want to paint the clouds. And so I think I'm mostly going to leave weather and fog and stuff, like, each location can kind of show what the temperature is like when you click it. You don't necessarily know that, like, you know, like hopefully, you know, if this is coastal, there will be some raininess because it's coastal. And so if I do like a rainy, foggy scene, it'll make more sense. If I do a desert, you know, maybe this desert has, you know, weird fog and it's like stormy. I don't know if I want to paint this as stormy. I haven't figured that out. I don't think I will. Maybe what I'll do, again, I might stick to the 50-50 split of like a dark planet, like a tidally locked planet with the sun. And so you have like, you know, a dark side and a light side. And so maybe any nighttime scenes will go into the dark side. That could be kind of fun. And I can like, you know, do an even split of dark scenes and light scenes. That could be a thing. But I don't, like, will I allow myself to do nighttime desert scenes? I don't know. Like that, like if I click on this and it takes me to a nighttime scene, is that weird? I don't know if it is. Like, because it can show what the scene's about, right? Like, although if this is always in the sun, then it will never be nighttime, so that wouldn't make any sense. So maybe not. Maybe I don't tidally lock the planet. Again, that's something I have to think about. If it's not tidally locked, then it could be, any spot could be night or day, and it wouldn't really matter. And if I wanted to do, like, you know, show the night fest, you know, maybe a city is known. Maybe I don't do the tidally locked thing. Also, I'm lagging. Hopefully I'm not lagging too bad. Maybe I don't do the tidally locked thing because let's say there's a city down here and I want the city, like, maybe I want to add a blurb and, you know, maybe I'm painted at night. And maybe I say, you know, this city is known for nighttime festivals. You know, every night, you know, these people sleep during the day and it gets lively during night. And, like, that's not something I can do if one spot's always light, one spot's always day. I like the idea of, like, events around seasons, or, you know, like, if this is in the desert, like, what about a seasonal thing? You know, what about an autumn location? Does that mean I can't paint a forest in the autumn because this is all green? Like, no, I think I can paint this forest in the autumn, right? Or what if I want to do a winter scene? Does it have to be in the winter place? Or, I mean, that would make it easier, right? Like, oh, it's a snowy scene, it goes in the snowy place. I actually, no, I think the tidally locked thing makes more sense, because then if I paint a winter scene, it's in the winter place. And that way I'm not, like, I think the other way is too open, and it doesn't give me enough direction. And I think I want direction, right? I want constraints. Because if I have no constraints, and I can paint any scene in any weather in any time of year, then, like, I'm just... Well, they might have seasons, but, like, if you have a spot that's totally in sun, this is always in the sunlight, and it's never in the shade, like, I can't very well do a nighttime scene. Also, it's probably never going to be winter. Maybe it will be. Maybe there would be a winter. I guess there would be. There could still be winter. I don't know. They probably do have seasons, but to me, it doesn't feel right. Like, maybe I'm just so, like, entrenched in thinking about lighting. I mean, I realize night is not the same as a season, but... Yeah, no, you're probably right. I could still do seasons, I guess. I also like to play with light, though. Like, nighttime scenes. I don't know. Maybe that would give me a reason, though, to, like, fill out the other side of the map. But I also like that light would play an effect. Maybe, like, we could work it into the magic system. And this is all just me spitballing ideas. But if the light played in the magic system, and, like, you know, maybe some magic can only be used at night or in the dark, and some can only be used in the light. It's like moonlight magic or something. And so maybe the types of things that exist in this area are just fundamentally different than the types of things here. So, like, if I'm painting nighttime scenes, maybe it gives me, like, regional differences, kind of, right? Like, it's not just night... I don't know. I do like the constraints of having, like, half dark, half light. Because I think there's some fun stuff of, like, this, you know, this spot could be colder, which would make sense. Or I could flip it, right? Maybe this spot's warmer for whatever reason. Like, lots of volcanic activity in the dark side. But, so the water's warmer, even though this stuff is bright. but it's all icy. And so you have like bright ice. I don't know. You could do like the reverse of what you'd expect, because you could explain it geologically. But anyway, here I am just gonna stretch that and just start doodling. I'm gonna start painting till the end of stream on this. But yeah, I also don't expect that every painting ends up being part of this project. You know, if I'm gonna treat it kind of like a curated thing, but again, it's gonna be slow. This is not gonna be a quick thing. I suspect in a month or two I should have enough painting to actually like, and enough of the map made that I could start to like figure out how to combine it. Also, let's find a desert. These are Christy's hands. Let's find a desert. Images of like Sahara kinda, or like different types of rocky deserts. Sahara is the one with like the iconic desert look, right? It's funny, I live in a desert region and it does not have, it's not sandy like this. Also, I might be lagging. No, I'm not, actually. Desert. So yeah, we could do... Here, let me grab it. I'm finding some references right now. Let me find... Let's open up Pure Rep. So, you know, we could do like rocky stuff like this, which I think I'd be okay with. I think this looks quite neat. But you know, initially I was thinking more of like sandy Sahara type stuff, like this, your classic, like, that looks like an AI image. Weird artifacting. That's totally not a real image. Maybe it is. I don't know. But anyway, this kind of scene is sort of what I was thinking of. It's sort of this you know, waves and sand, but also like lots of rocky stuff, right? I am thinking we'll have rocky environments as you know, so maybe a little bit of both. May I ask why you don't use Adobe Photoshop? I used to. I don't anymore, partly because they changed to like the subscription model, and I don't like to, well, paying sucks because paying monthly for a thing that I use, I don't like it. I don't like subscriptions. And so that's probably the main reason, is just the price. But also I don't use that many bells and whistles when I paint. And I actually find that even something like Clip Studio has more of the things that I actually want, and it's more of the focus is on painting rather than Photoshop, which is like, I mean, you can paint in Photoshop and it's fine. It's actually quite good, but it has a lot of stuff that I just don't use, and it feels like I'm paying a lot for, like, I'm not getting anything extra because I'm not using 90% of it. Right, with Clip Studio, it has less, but the stuff that it does have suits me quite well, and I don't know. So I like Clip Studio. I don't really think it matters too much which program I use, to be honest. Like, I could, Photoshop was great, it worked fine. The main reason I switched was the money. You know, but I could, if I stopped using Clip Studio today, I could use Krita. Krita would be fine. There's other art programs out there. You know, there's Corel Painter, or just Painter, I think they call it. I don't think it's Corel anymore. There's GIMP, there's PaintStorm, there's so many different ones. There's lots and lots of options. And yeah, I would use any of them. I don't think any of them are gonna change the way that I paint, really. These are all, yeah, it's I'm pretty low maintenance when it comes to painting. Yeah, they all more or less have the same tools. Now, if I did like comic work, or like animation, I probably would have a program of choice, right? Clip Studio, I think you can do some pretty good animation in if you have the DX version. Photoshop, I don't know if you can animate in Photoshop, but you can animate in other programs. Have I tried Rebelle? I haven't tried Rebelle, but I'm sure it's just fine. Sounds good to me. Yeah. When it comes to this, any conversation around tools and mediums and that kind of thing, I'm not like an elitist. I'm the opposite. If you're new to painting, don't worry about it. Just pick something, try it, and explore and have fun. If you're enjoying the medium that you do pick, keep painting or keep using it. If you don't like it, try other stuff, right? Search around. There's not really a right or wrong way. Same with tablets, right? Tablets, what tablet do you use? Doesn't matter. I mean, I'll tell you, it's the Wacom Intuos Pro Large, but, doesn't matter if you have a screen or no screen. I don't think it matters. As long as it has pressure sensitivity, so that you can actually control the things that you're making. It's more leaning on paint simulation, but lately it really has improved its Photoshop functions. Yeah, I mean, I like the paint simulation stuff. I think it's nice. I would probably enjoy it, because I do try to paint a bit more painterly. Okay, what is this? Is this like a rift in the ground or a glowing energy? Maybe it's both. Maybe there's like a rift, but it's glowing from the rift. Watercolor simulator is really cool in Rebelle. You said you're really bad at watercolor, and it translated very well. So it simulates you being not good at watercolor. Is that what you're saying? That's funny. It's so good that I'm terrible at it because I'm not good at watercolor. That's great. Yeah, I like those simulations, like the paint simulator programs. I think they're cool. What am I painting here? I mean, I'm painting like this deserty area. Well, we can add some shapes back here, sort of fill it in. I have some scale issue where I'm not quite sure what we're looking at here. Like, how far away is this stuff? Because, like, if this is the sort of the circle. Here, let's try something. I'm gonna change this a lot. I'm painting very dark here, and I'll add some light in, I think, in a moment. I'm trying to think, how do I do this? Am I painting a circle here, basically, like an ellipse? Kind of like it open. Kind of like it was. But if I do that, I think I need to show a lead into the environment. So, like, kind of that sort of thing, maybe? So it feels like it's further away. I mean, I guess that's what this is, right? Kind of like that lead-in. That actually works right there. Sort of where I'm trying to bring the eye in, right? I'm trying to, like, guide the eye sort of into the scene. sort of like we're on a journey and you might be able to walk this path. And so you have like stuff here. Maybe you have little stones and things. Just to be a little darker. I realize this is very, very dark right now, but that's okay. You can always figure stuff out in a moment. Be a little brighter. I'm not sticking to my thumbnail, by the way. I'm sort of allowing myself to play around and explore. I think I've got the sense of what the environment is, and so, yeah, this is basically me. What was I saying? This is me exploring the idea, but also sticking to the idea mostly. Yeah, I like these rocks. These darker rocks. Some sort of cracked landscapes. Sort of the rocks back here are more rocky, and then maybe up front they're more. Maybe it's like a not like a theater, like an amphitheater, but like maybe this stuff is more cracked rocks, and then in the foreground it's more like desert, so it kind of opens up to like a. You know, imagine like as you're walking along this desert area, like in a canyon in a desert, you sort of, well, I guess I'm showing it, but like as you walk along this path, right, in the desert, you eventually arrive at like these canyon walls that kind of surround you, and in the middle here is like the thing, right? So, that's kind of, again, this is a little dark because the values are kind of out of whack right now, but so this stuff is aligned with the top. This is the top of the. So it's like a hole in the ground, basically. And then this stuff, it starts to go down into the ground somewhere up here, right? So maybe this stuff starts to, there's some rocks and formations down here, slowly starting to like, you know, go down here, like terraced things. Not terraced. What's the, yeah, kind of like a terrace, right? So you start to get some ground changing of the paths. I don't know what I'm trying to say, but this is kind of like the. Does that work? I mean, this could also be, alternatively, this doesn't have to be a desert. It could be like fields of like prairie or something, and like a plains. I kind of like the idea of plains because stormy plains work really well. They're kind of known to be stormy. But that might be changing it too much. I mean, again, it doesn't really matter as long as it has a place. And right now, everything has a place. What I suspect will happen as I work on these, and I make more environments that could hypothetically fit on a map that we eventually make, as I start putting things on the map, the locations that I make will get more specific. So it'll start out like, here's a kind of generic, you know, desert. Here's kind of a generic forest. And then I'm going to be like, here's a really specific desert, right? Like, this is very unique in just one spot. and it's not like anything else, and everything around it is going to have a similar vibe. And this is, you know, very specific clusters of things, and I'm sort of going to fill in the gaps of like these generic things with very specific things. That's what I think is probably going to happen, because as my sort of vision of this project develops and as I build on it, I'm going to start like, you know, having more ideas of how these things fit together. So right now it's just kind of like, here's something cool. But later it's going to be very like, this is this very specific thing that I have to paint, and then I'll paint it. And it's only gonna, I'm gonna paint it for a very specific reason. But again, I'm not worrying about that yet. Step one, just do it, is my philosophy. Actually, it's not. It's the philosophy that others have, and that I know it's a good one, so I'm taking it. Rocky environments. I like the rocks. I think the rocks are going to add a nice touch, because one, they can help add scale, but it's also going to be nice when I do end up putting a map, I can actually like paint in like the shapes, right? I'll be able to like, oh, here's some stuff in here. Ignore all the random markings, by the way. But I'll be able to like paint in other terrain. It's not just going to be like, it's going to help dictate this. But maybe it gets more sandy out here. So like this is going to be the most sandy, right, off in the distance, just as far as the eye can see. But then as we get closer, you'll see more and more rock structures, because this spot is like, the earth has been disrupted. I am thinking about the lighting here. Do I want... trying to think if I want the wavy sand effect that you oftentimes see in references of, like, desert. Because little shadow area. Something like that. Maybe this is like a little thing. I like the scale, and I like that we're looking downward at this place. I think it's kind of neat. I've always liked scenes where you look really far downward. It's just like you're looking down a canyon, kind of. I don't know if that quite comes across. The perspective's a little weird. I think it works. Maybe. I don't know. Actually, it's hard to tell. I also don't know how many days I'm going to be working on these. Uh-oh, my internet's wonking out again. Oh, I don't know what's been wrong with my internet, but I think it's the heat somehow is affecting it. Okay, I'm getting a little muddy in my colors, so I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna merge visible. I'm gonna save. I'm also gonna delete or turn off. No, that one can stay. This one can go away. I want to play around with. Well, I don't know if this is gonna look good, but I'm gonna play around with some color glow dodge. You know, is this a thing that I want to do? I don't know. I'm kind of thinking maybe, because having the sun come in here would be kind of neat. So I can help show the... Also, why wouldn't this be in light? Do I want that to be in light? I mean, why isn't the sky lit? That's too much. I like the subtlety in the color, though. In fact, Yeah, okay, so I think we need a little bit light. I think a little bit of light here works. Evening! Hello! Lou L, or Lou 1. No, it's Lou L. Hello! Good evening! Crazy says, I have returned. Was a small market, but I got a couple of really cool hand-painted bookmarks for your sketchbooks. Oh, that's awesome! That is awesome. And welcome back. Yeah, so I think... So, there is a painting, I've showed it before in stream, and when I think of purple and, like, gray, I think of that painting. It has, like, a very subtle colors, and I'm kind of going for that, I think. I actually want to make a lot of this very gray. Maybe these rocks are very gray. I think it just looks... Oops. It's a little bit not what I meant. I think gray... I don't want everything to be super vibrant. That's something that in this sort of trial run map thing that I did, it's just the colors are too saturated for me. I want it to feel... Like, I want the saturation to be reserved for the glowy stuff, you know, the volcanoes, the little spots. I think I want it to be quite saturated, or desaturated, right? Almost like there's a layer of fog or cloud cover. You know, just kind of, you know, it's still going to have contrast, right? Value contrast. But I don't want it to be as green, you know, the greens don't need to be as green as this. They could be a little more muted. Obviously, I can't just do this on this one because it'll, you know, the context is changed. But, you know, stuff like this color for green. Anyway, I think this is too saturated for my liking. And I don't know if I want these images to stay the same. I don't think it matters, actually. Actually, it probably doesn't matter at all. These could probably be desaturated or saturated as I want. Now it's time to get to work on the mermaid piece. Nice. Well, you got 2 days. Let's see if I can make some serious progress on it today. Would like to be done with it by the end of next week. Nice. Yeah. Starting on the last 2 days of May for Mermaid. I love it. Speaking of Mermaid, just FYI, I don't know if anyone cares, but I did a Mermaid piece, and I uploaded it today. Or wait, is it uploaded today? Refresh. I don't see it. Where's my painting? I thought I uploaded it today. Home. Profile. Am I crazy? Why don't I see it? It says it's posted. What's happening? Refresh. I don't see my own art. I thought I posted in notifications. Maybe I didn't post it. Apparently it didn't post. I don't know where it posted to. Buffer doesn't have it queued up. Oh, it says a mobile notification was sent to remind you to post yourself. Okay, so it did not post. Why did Buffer say that? Did I do something wrong? Oh, I think it's because I did a first comment. Okay, I know why. I'm dumb. I did this wrong. Okay, I tried to make a post. I tried to post my mermaid painting. So I finished mermaid, which is this one. This. So this is my final mermaid painting, or my only mermaid painting. And I tried to post it today, but I failed. So I'll probably post it for Monday. So I am not going to post it on this month, probably. So nothing like posting on mermaid in, you know, June. You're heading off for today. See ya, Alfred Afterburner. Take care. Thanks for popping in. But yeah, this one was fun. I decided to call this sport fishball. They're playing fishball. Don't know quite what the details are involved in, or I don't exactly know how it works. You've been avoiding doing the final touch on mine for a week? Yeah. Do you find it, Druff? Do you find that it's hard to like do those last few touches? Because I do. I find that it's very like I have no problem doing those early stages of paintings. You know, doing the sketches even up to like this stage is quite simple. But there becomes a point where it just becomes hard to finish a painting. And I think for me, it's if I'm really liking the painting, I want to keep going. But then I hit a point where I don't know what to do to the painting, but I also feel like it needs more. Whereas if I kind of don't like it, it's easy to just call it quits. And I can call it finished and be kind of content with it, but like, you know, I'm happy enough. And so there's always this like, because I think for me, because finishing a painting, right, you can keep going forever, mostly. Right? You could always zoom in detail more, or add polish, or, you know, fiddle with things. And so for me, the hard part is like, I want it to be a good painting. And so I have a hard time saying it's finished. But like, I don't really, it probably could be finished. But the more that I like it, the less likely I am to like want to finish it, because like I always feel like there's something more I can do, right? Like I want to push myself the most on the paintings that I like the most, because I feel like I owe it to myself to do the best I can. And so I think it's hard for me to like call it done. And also like the details can become more of a chore. Chrissy says, I think I actually started this mermaid piece at the end of April because I knew it would take all months and likely into June. Dang. It's kind of stressful. Yeah, a little bit. Now, luckily, and hopefully for you, Druffzilla, and luckily for me, most of my stuff I don't feel like I have a deadline. So it's not... I'm not sure I would call it stressful. I mean, maybe it's stressful to think about finishing it, but like, I don't actually find it that stressful. I don't know. It's more like I'm disappointed in myself. There's like a little bit of like, I should be better than this, not skill wise, but like I wish I would just do the dang thing. Like, why am I procrastinating on this? Like, I want to finish it. I'm liking the painting, or this painting, right? I like the painting, but why am I at a point where I'm just like, I don't want to work on it anymore? Like, I don't know. It can be annoying for sure. Okay, I gotta play around with the lighting. I want to make some of this stuff feel like it's... Also need to know where the lighting's coming from. I assume it's this direction, right? Do we want to put this over here then? No, I like this over here. And the light can still come from over in this direction. In fact, it's probably a nice contrast to have the light side be the dark side of the sky. Now, I don't know how accurate that is. Right? Like, if this were actually in real life, like if the sun, would this be where the sun is? Because this is the bright part of the sky. Excuse me. But I don't think that always works that way. I think sometimes you can have, like, a storm cloud and the sun be in the same spot. And so... Gross, I just sneezed all over my arm. You can have, like, a cloud in the sky and the sun on that side, right? And then the other side has, like, the bright sky, and then... So, like, I think it works. I think compositionally it looks better, because then you have a balance of, like, dark and light, and then you have light and dark, and so it's sort of, you sort of quadranted off the thing. Obviously, I put dark over here. I put light over here, but I think that the point stands, right? You kind of have this, this, like, pattern of light and dark. In fact, I'm trying to make more patterns of light here. It was kind of fun. Something like that. A spiral kind of thing. Ooh, what if I do that? What if I did that all around? Like, more spiral here? Would that ever be a thing? Maybe not. Maybe I don't need that. I can definitely make those shapes, though. Whether or not the light is doing that. No, I am allowed, again, I am allowed to put clouds in the sky. I think that sometimes I forget. And I know that sounds stupid, but, like, I guess what I'm saying is I'm allowed to put a random shadow over my painting, right? If I want this, all of this to be in shadow, I can do that, even though this side is clearly elevated and it would get light. I can put shadows anywhere I want, right? That's something that's nice about environments, is that there's a lot of stuff off screen, like clouds above you that could cast a shadow. And so I could put this whole side in light and this whole side in shadow just by making a cloud, right? And you don't have to see the cloud because it's off the page. Now, the question that I have for myself is, am I going to work more than one day on any of these paintings? I think I will, but I don't think I'm required to. And what I mean by required is, because this is for, like, a personal project, there's kind of the question of, like, how much detail, like, do I want the same level of detail for every painting? Maybe the more important, and maybe as I work on this, maybe this will be an opportunity to go back and work on older pieces. So, like, maybe as I work on this, if I decide that certain paintings... Also, why is it so cold all of a sudden? If I decide that certain paintings are more important for, like, the world building, like, maybe this is a giant rift in the thing that causes some sort of, you know, like, this is like an energy source, or this is super important to the world, that maybe I decide what this is later and what it does and why it's there. Let's say this is super important, though, for the world. Maybe I come back and I render this up because this is, like, an important piece. And all the other ones that are less important can be more just, like, sketches, you know, quick thumbnails that kind of show a snapshot of a thing that's more of, like, an idea that isn't super fleshed out. If there's some, again, and I can kind of build up from there. Could be a thing. Also, I'll need a way to label. Do you guys know if you can add... Probably can't in Clip Studio, but do you guys know if there's a way to, like, add a tag? So, like not with text, not visually, but like, you know, in Google Docs, how you can do, like, a highlighted thing and you can put a note, and, like, you can put a note attached to the thing, but it's not... If you were to print it... Yeah, like metadata or like, yeah, like making a note in a Google Doc where it's there, you can read it, but if you were to print it, it's not going to print the note, right? So, like, if I were to put, like, just some additional data here, that would be, like, you know... Yeah, like, in the file, so that when I open up this file, I could have, like, you know... Because, like, for example... Or maybe not in the file. I don't know. I'm not sure where this should be. For the file would be the easiest for me, so I can make notes on this working file, because this would be like... I could. It'd get very messy, though. Because, like, imagine... So, like, I could do something like, let's pick a color. I could do something like, you know... For like, as taking notes, it'd be like, you know, SP948, right? And that would be like Stream Painting, this is just how I label it, like Stream Paint 948. So this is from Stream 948. I wouldn't have a name, or I don't want to name things like that. I like just the number so I can locate them, so that I would know what image this was, right? So if I want to, you know, if this is the forest image, or let's say this is the desert that I'm painting, and this is the painting, this is painting 948. I would just put a little tag there so I can remember what painting it is and where it is, so that if I need to find it and track it down, right, it's all sort of tidy, and I have my notes all sort of put there. I guess I could do it on this layer. But like, some things are going to be more important than others, right? Or if I want to make another one, right? Right, maybe this one would be, you know, something or other. It would just be another number, right? Who knows? Random number, right? And it would just sit there. It would just sit there as a way, but right now it's kind of a pain, like, because they're not on the same layer. They're all different. And also I'd have to go and track them all down and, like, hide them if I'm going to ever print it, or I don't know. It'd be nice to just do, like, a little highlighter bubble where I can just make a circle and just, like, put a little thing that's, like, not part of the image. I don't know. I don't know how that... Oh, I guess I can. I can do, Actually, I can. I can make it a reference layer. That's what I can do. I think reference layers are ignored by everything. So yeah, I guess I could do that. Because that's going to help me keep it tidy. Because that way, if I ever want to do... So let's say I have this, right? Or here, let me open up a different file. File, open. Random painting. This one. Nope, not that one. This one. Here we go. So let's say this one is a place in the location, right? And I'm like, oh, here's a swamp with these creatures in it. But or maybe not that, right? Maybe I want just the thumbnail, right? So maybe this scene. But, like, this is just a sketch, right? And so it's not a finished painting. So I want to be able to tag it and be like, thumbnail, you know, Stream Paint 813 thumbnail 5, right? So I could do a little tag for myself. That way I would know where this is located, because right now it's just, you know, I could have hundreds of these, right? I could have, you know, so many little tiny thumbnails that are existing that I would never be able to track all these down, especially if I want to work on them again, right? Like, maybe I have this exported or something, but I need to be able to find it, right? I have to be able to find this stuff. So yeah, I think it'll be nice to be able to, like, do that. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how all this works, to be honest. It's gonna be a lot. I'm getting in over my head and I know it. It's gonna be a lot. That's okay. I'll figure it out. Eventually I'll have, because it's routine enough, all I have to do is I have to do it once and then I'll have it figured out. Because once I have the solution of like how do I tag things and what's the system look like that I'm using, right? Then it's just routine. It's like, okay, I've done it once, I can do it again. It's just a lot of the same thing. Really, the only new thing is going to be each location that I paint, and then it's just like managing my files and uploading and tagging, and however I do that, I don't know, but I'll figure it out. And that'll be a project for a stream. Maybe I'll wait till like making plans when people aren't here. I'll wait till Vegas is here because I know he's really into programming and he's good at it, and I'm sure he could. If I had a programming stream where I'm learning some basic stuff, I'm sure he would. You know, I'm sure he'd be willing to help, because he's offered to help with stuff in the past, but I've turned him down because I haven't actually wanted to go forward with anything. So maybe this will be the time that I actually learn some basic of how to, like, I don't know. Or I guess I also have Taps, who's a mod. No, she's not technically a moderator. She's basically a moderator, but she's not here right now. I know she can. She'd help, but I don't know. I'm not too worried about it. I'll figure it out in the future. Another problem for another day. For a different me. I'm not liking the contrast here. Like, I know people talk about muddy colors. I don't think that's what I have. Is it muddy shapes? Ill-defined shapes, maybe? Probably not. I don't think that's the issue. There's definitely some of this. I think maybe there is some shape stuff that is not great. Maybe we can work on that a little bit. It is pretty monochrome. This is a very monochrome painting. And actually, maybe I play around with stuff. Maybe I do a little bit of a normal layer. I come up here into the blues, and I just very lightly with an airbrush paint into the shadows. Now this is obviously probably a lot. You like to go? I don't mind it, but there's some issue that I'm having, and I'm trying to sort of diagnose it. I don't know what it is. This doesn't look good, but that's fine. We can. You know, maybe it's something like this, where if I were to tone down the. I like the background of the foreground color. Yeah, I think it looks nice. I think there's just some like clarity issue here, like in these colors, sort of like how bright it is, how warm it is, how cool it is. There's a temperature issue, I think. I'm kind of trying to work it out. Like this is bright and yellow, which I'm pretty confident that is fine. This stuff is decidedly cooler and darker, but I think there's such a wide value range in here that, like, this purple, for example, is so purple that I think it's making this stuff feel like it's a warm relative to this purple. And, like, I don't know if I need this all to be a different temperature, right? It's kind of the same. So, like, maybe I need to sort of warm up some of that purple. It's nice watching you paint. I have to go now. Bye. Zenes, thanks for being here. Take care. So yeah, I'm thinking it's some like muddying issue. Also, I had little characters in here before. You can do like a little path in here. Let's put the little characters back in here. Little stick salesman. These people can go away. Maybe not 3 people, just 2. They're going on an adventure. But yeah, I think maybe this purple's a bit intense. Also, there's not a lot of fill light in here. Meaning, like, the shadows that I have are just basically black. I mean, they're not really black. They're like a purple, right? They're like a lightish purple. But they're all one color, and it's basically giving the impression that it's just purely in shadow, right? So even though I've added some light to it, because there's, like, atmospheric perspective, it's basically, it feels like it's a black object in, like, a pure black shadow, but you're looking through layers of atmosphere, so it's lightening it up. But it still feels like it's pure black, right? It's just like a solid dark shape. And in real life, you don't have that, right? You have nuance and variation and gradient. You know, the top might be a little bit lighter than the sides, but the sides are going to be a little cooler or warmer, or, you know, something, right? There's going to be a shift of temperature a little bit. There's color variation, and so these rocks you're going to be able to see the form. They kind of feel burned. Yeah, maybe burned or whatever, but like, yeah, oh, I see what you're saying, because like they're so dark. Yeah, and I'm fine with some like darker rocks, but there should still be some. Oh, actually, I like that idea, burned by the magic. But I still think there should be some like subtle lighting of like the tops of the rocks. Basically, just like additional light bouncing around that hits them. Also, probably literally here. Rather than just being silhouettes, right? I want them to have some shape to them, or some form. They can still be looking burnt, right? Even a black object will have additional, like, you know, it could have a little bit of a sheen. You know, if it's a purely black object, it could still have, like, light to it, right? Probably reflect, especially if it's shiny, right? It might reflect that sky a little bit, get some cool light in there. I just don't want everything to be purely silhouette. Like, part of the whole point of doing this is that I'm going to end up working on these a little bit and render them up. Also, should this be darker? I'm also not sure if I should put the rocks in here. I think I don't want the rocks too close. I think, as much as I would love to put a nice big rock in the foreground, I think this is one of those cases where I want to have a goal for the. See, already this is, sorry, random tangent. Already just having like a I hate saying it, it's so funny, a concept of a plan. Just having like a vague, loose idea of what I'm gonna do already is making me think of. So, for example, in this, right? I've decided that we're going to have, I mean, again, this isn't the exact map, but we're going to have a desert, right? We're going to have a desert with an area in the desert, right? And it's going to be like the icon, and that's going to be what we're painting, right? But I want it to sort of fan out, right? The middle is going to be the main focal point, right? And then as you fan out, right, maybe there will be some rocks, but like less and less rocks, right? And so the rocky structure is on the middle, is in the sort of the epicenter. So, using that logic, here's the rocky stuff. Where's, this is the epicenter. If I'm having some, subtle rocks here, do I want to put a big ol' rock here? Not really, right? Like, not unless I'm also putting big ol' rocks back here. Like, I don't really want the big rock, I don't really want it to be in the foreground because that's kind of implying that the whole place is rocky. And so, I'm sort of feeling like because I've made this choice of doing this way, this has informed me of like, what am I going to put in the image and where, right? To have some consistency. Now I could just, sprinkle rocks throughout here and be like, okay, there's going to be little things all throughout the desert. There's going to be little details and rock patterns. And maybe that's what I end up doing. But if I have like a very rocky desert with all these little things, then that might fit this vision, right? Where I put the big old rock here. But I don't think I want to do that. I think I want it to be mostly an untouched place, right? This is like a desert, lots of sand dunes, and then there's going to be this, right in the epicenter, you have this, this rocky area. So that's kind of that's the vision. The sand dunes, the desert is superficial. Below is rock. That rock is charmed by a magic orb when it emerged, exploding the earth, scattering the rocks. Maybe. Yeah, probably. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I think under most deserts, right? If you dig down far enough, you're going to hit something, right? It's going to be some sort of rock or ground of some sort that is hard and compact. So yeah, absolutely. Yep, I think that's totally fair. It blew a hole in the desert and the rocks went everywhere, and you're left with like a crater basically. And maybe for whatever reason there's like enough, activity here that like it's not filling up with sand, right? It's maybe there's like a, maybe it's a little windy or something and the sand is pushed around. Maybe every so often it releases a burst of energy that radiates out and it pushes everything backwards. And so you have like an explanation of why it is this way. So now let's imagine there's a shockwave, right, of energy blasting out, right? This now might affect how we see the sand. Maybe things are blown this way, right? If it's a blast, I'm not sure if this is what we're gonna do, but if we did that, maybe maybe that could tie into the story. So like, every month or so, there's a shockwave, and if you're in the area, you get infected by the energy or whatever. Something. I don't know. Whatever this is. We'll have to think about it. The Earth lay 1 to 2 m. Miles or meters? I'm assuming you mean miles. What do you mean the Earth is only 1 to 2 meters thick, or miles thick? Miles or meters? Meters. 1 to 2... Wait, what are you saying? What do you mean the Earth is only 1 to 2 meters thick? Like, are you saying like the soil, like the dirt, before you go down to like bedrock? Is that what you're saying? Okay, soil. Yeah. I mean that varies highly depending on where you are. A lot of places don't have any soil. Some have sand, some have dirt. Yeah. Yeah, and then there's different layers of rock, right? Sorry, not bedrock, but then there's different layers of stone and earth, right? Different types of rock. Yeah, I mean it's I think that's it gets like there's a lot of nuance to earth and soil and rock layers and how things are formed and but yeah, a lot of times, yeah, when you have like a loose top stuff, right, whether it's sand or dirt or soil or whatever, right, whatever you have, I realize dirt isn't very scientific. Some sort of soil and of different sizes of earth of stuff. Yeah, I mean it's typically it's that loose stuff is at some point it's just gonna be compact, right? Yeah, I got that information in context of like plantable dirt. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, anything that's not like so compacted from years of like again, yeah, anything but too far down, right? It's gonna be so compacted, stuff's just not gonna be able to get its roots in. Now that's not totally true because roots are crazy strong. They will roots can find a way. Roots can dig down in like concrete. I mean, they can find a way. But yeah, generally speaking, especially if it's like a new plant that doesn't have its roots in yet, it's not if you're in like hard soil, good luck. Like but yeah, it's I think that stuff's kind of interesting. Yeah, but when you first said it's only at 1 to 2 meters, I'm like, what do you think's under it? Like, it's like Earth is only 1 to 2 meters. What are you talking about? Like, what? I guess some people would have maybe the mis. Yeah, I don't know what. I get what you're saying now though, but yeah, I think in the context of like planting stuff, that's probably pretty accurate. Like if you were to go out to farmland, right? How far down could you dig before you'd be in rock? Probably not that far, right? Probably get pretty rocky pretty fast. Most farmland, like in the US. But again, probably depends crazy amounts based on region. There's a lot of not at 1 to 2 meters. You're not getting molten. Yeah, because some people probably do think there is no. It's the, yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, at that point, we're talking. I don't know how far, but very far. Yes, there is a point where, like, if you try to drill down super far, like, things start. Yeah, dude, we bury people at 2 meters. It's still dirt in most places. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, but there becomes rock. There's still rock. Yeah. I was gonna say I don't know how, and that's what Drefzil says, 1 to 2 meters. But yeah, no. After a while, I mean, again, it depends on a lot on where you were at. But yeah, generally speaking, you start to see like the dirt gets a lot more compact, right? Things get harder. Yeah, you're not into like solid rock for sure. Yeah, you could go dig a 2 meter hole in your backyard probably, but you're gonna start finding bigger rocks down there because things just, you know, that tends to be how things are. The top stuff is like plantable, and I think that's why Drefzil clarified that they were talking about like planting or whatever. I think if you're planting stuff, plantable dirt. But anyway, yeah, it's the further down you dig, the more rocky you get. Generally, almost always, probably. I don't know. I'm not a scientist. I'm not a geologist. I've taken a few geology classes in college. They were cool. Not geology. I guess technically geology. Soil science classes. Dirt science. Have you guys seen the movie where there's a science team who needs to drill to the center of Earth's core called The Core? I have seen that movie. It's so stupid, but it's also hilarious. I like The Core of the movie. The movie, yeah, they had to nuke the core because the core stopped spinning, and they had to restart the core. Yes, I've seen that movie. I saw it in like probably 2000 and I don't know when it probably whenever it came out, like 2007 or something or 2000. Absolutely insane movie. Yeah, it's the Core movie. Let's see when it came out. 2003. Okay, I was off by a few years. Yeah, solid movie. I mean, not actually, but like it's entertaining, and hey, that's what movies should be, right? It's about as science, as far as I know, it's about as scientifically accurate as the movie Lucy, where they're like, she can use 100% of her brain, and then she has like literal telekinetic powers. Yeah, it's about as stupid as that, where like that's not how that works. Isn't Markiplier's movie kind of like that? I don't know. I haven't seen it. I remember how they would go through different rock layers. Oh, I don't remember that. I just remember the movie being silly when I saw it, and I didn't know much about stuff, and now I know a little bit more about stuff, and it is equally as silly. Although, I remember when I have a kind of a funny story about this movie. So, me and some friends, like, we love to make fun of movies, but, but it would always be, like, hearsay, kind of. So, like, if somebody said, like, if word was going around of how bad the science is in a movie, we would just like accept it, which is valid for that movie because the science is pretty bad, but not all of it, right? There occasionally would be things that kind of were either based on something real or like, you know, oftentimes there would be something that's based on something real that's kind of wrong, but we didn't know. We didn't, because we were like, you know, young teenagers. We had no idea what was the real stuff and what was the fake stuff. All we knew is that it had a reputation of being really, like, bad science. And so I remember us, like, laughing. There's a part where, like, the nerdy guy who's supposed to, like, they call in of, like, because he knows all the science. And he's like, oh, here, he's a hacker or something. And he's like, he makes a tone on, like, by using a piece of paper. And then he's like, oh, now you have free Wi-Fi or free long-distance calling. And I remember as a teenager, we were like, that's so stupid. That actually was a thing. That was literally a thing. And by using a certain tone, you could get free long distance. Now, I don't know if it worked quite like that, but you could basically record a certain tone, like a dial tone type thing. You could play it into, like, payphones, and you could bypass the payphones. You could also get free long distance calls by bypassing that. That's actually a thing. And we all were laughing at it because we thought it was so stupid and totally unrealistic. Wasn't it a car heist? Oh, maybe I'm thinking of the wrong movie. Pretty sure it was in The Core. But anyway, maybe it wasn't in The Core. But that scene, as we all thought it was like completely fake, but it kind of is rooted in like a real thing. Like that actually was a thing people could do. So anyway. I didn't know that was a thing at the time. And anyway, I thought it was funny. So, like, there were cases where I think even though the movie was absurd, they did, like... So the Earth's crust is not evenly distributed, but at its shallowest is about 3 miles thick. Yeah, I don't think we were talking about the crust. Yeah, Druffzilla clarified. That's why I was very confused when I asked, did Druffzilla mean 3 miles or 3 meters? Because 3 miles, 1 to 2 miles is what I was thinking in my head about, like, where the actual crust. But, yeah. If we're talking, we were talking more, like, plantable soil. Or that's what they were saying. But, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, the Earth is very big. And the crust is, like... just the tippy top, right? Like the crust would be like this, right? Like it's like the thinnest of thin lines, right? And that, yeah, you don't get like magma to like in here, right? It's quite a bit, and even then I don't think it's probably even more inner. I don't even know. I don't exactly know the ratios, but you have like a big layer that is not the crust. That also isn't the mantle, right? You have the mantle. I don't know the order. The mantle, the crust, and then you have the middle part, which is where you start getting like things start being more molten. And I'm pretty sure most stuff. Obviously, there's exceptions because like it can, you can have the lava come up, but I can't. I'm not even gonna pretend that I know what I'm talking about. I don't know exactly. I'm sure we could find diagrams that explain it. You meant the soil layer? Yeah. Most of Earth's crust is rock. That sounds about right. Yeah. But yeah, after a certain part down, you're just gonna get stuff that's so compact. Like even if it's regardless of what kind of rock and soil and whatever it is, it's gonna be difficult to get down there. You can't just like go grab your shovel and be like. At some point, it's like you're basically hitting. You have to basically drill. But obviously, like people dig wells and stuff. Yeah. The mantle is mostly solid, but it does move very slowly over time. It is very hot. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, as you get down, right? Just there's more pressure. There's more everything. More pressure, more heat. For sure. Okay, what am I doing here? This feels a little asymmetrical. I don't like the composition here. I feel like I need to bring in... Yeah, I'm no expert. Yeah, me neither. Anything I say is gonna lack so much nuance that, like, it's almost not even worth saying anything because, like... Yeah. It's a topic with nuance. Let's put it that way. Fun random fact about Earth. Its core, which spins independently of Earth's rotation, will occasionally change the direction it spins. I kind of knew that, sort of. How occasionally is occasionally? Because, like, I'm thinking not that often, right? Like, this isn't like, oh, it's like a monthly. This is like a... Or am I wrong? And it actually is frequent. I'm pretty sure it's, like, not very... Like, it's multiples, like, when was the last time it happened? Like, that was, like, not... Yeah, I don't... I actually... Maybe I didn't know that. I don't know. I feel like I've heard stuff similar, but maybe I'm connecting different things. Sometimes there's things that sound like other things that I'm... Yeah. The current thought is roughly every 70 years. Okay, that's more frequent than I thought. I was gonna guess like every 1,000 years, so I was way off. But I was too afraid to say it for fear of looking even more ignorant. But I was completely ignorant because I didn't know anything about it, so yeah. I don't know why I was afraid of looking dumb. That's all I do a lot of that. Anyway, yeah, I'm very slowly adding little lines in here and little details. I'm still not super happy with the... You only discovered this information within the past year? Yeah. I need to start listening to... There's a geology podcast that I really like. I need to start listening to it again. And I say really like. I don't know if I really like it. It was interesting. It was like an educational geology podcast where they just went through different topics and basically viewer topics or any topics, just everything, anything and everything. I forgot what it's called. I think I followed them on Twitter, so maybe I can look them up.
Just a quick check. We're checking to prevent automated abuse. Fair enough. Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna want to read this after stream. So what is this thing that I'm painting? What is this magical purple thing? I've actually painted a scene like this before, but not in a deserty scene. I painted like a rocky landscape. I mean, this is rocky, but... maybe these are sticking up? Maybe a few of them, right? A few of them could stick up. A few tall pillars. Maybe not straight up, though. And then if they do, they'll be catching light. Okay, maybe this isn't the way I am thinking though I want these to stick above the horizon because I think it just makes it look more striking. So like there can still be, maybe not everywhere, but like some of these places are gonna have like spiky things. I mean, I do like my spiky rocks, right? Spiky rocks are just too cool. But we don't need everything to be spiky, right? Just like a few here and there. I think that's neat. There, something like that. Now, do we put one in the foreground here? That's the other question. Probably, right? Like, surely we do that. I think we do. I think that's just the obvious choice. These can be a little darker. I do want them to be darker material. Some sort of dark, sandy... Is that too weird that we just have one bit? No, I don't think that's weird. This works, that we have one sandy... Or one dark one, because it's the only one that's close, right? Like, all the others are... I think this works. That'll work. I think this will make it for a nice icon that I can stick on the map. You know what I just thought about, though? You know how in painting, a lot of people talk about, when they talk about composition, is like making sure the thing has, like, it's clearly readable from a small scale, which I think is important. But also, if I'm going to be doing stuff on a map, like this, right? Making it readable in a graphic way is kind of different than like making composition readable, right? Like, is this shape appealing? Not just is it appealing graphically in an image, right? Because this, we're looking down at it here. But if we were, anyway. So I think having things that like break the horizon is kind of neat, so that you can sort of stick these pillars up, right? So if I were to make like a shape over here, right, I could have physical pillars that go like this. And so these pillars are the things that we would see, which kind of make these like iconic landmarks because they're bigger and taller than other things. Maybe I also put the shadows here. Again, this is not going to be the actual thing, but this is just an example. I think that's good. Sorry, I'm kind of just talking to myself because, yeah. Okay, I think that works. So now, on the map, you can probably exaggerate the shapes. That's true. I can definitely exaggerate the size and scale of stuff. Yep, for sure. But I still like that this is, you know, some darker rocks. Simplify and exaggerate, yeah. I do like that these are dark. I think it shows a different material rather than just being a shadow, but it's like, this is actually black rock. And then maybe there's still some dark rock down here. But maybe not the whole thing is dark rock. It's a little darker. Kind of like it. I think we're getting to the point where I think I can call it a day. I'm liking this. This will be the first spot on our map, which will be a big desert, which is good because it'll be a big empty area. And I think I might work on the map next stream. We might do a map stream. Map stream Mondays. Don't know if that's gonna stay a thing or not, but we'll see. Obviously, this painting can still be more detailed, but I think just to keep the momentum going, I think we're gonna probably call this a one and done day, or one and done stream. Probably don't need to like make everything perfect, right? I think like as just sort of like a. Actually, hold on. What if I do a path in the desert? Let me find an image of like tracks in desert. Tracks in desert. Images. I'm just trying to make a path here. that kind of, again, this doesn't have to be super clear, but just something that kind of, there. I'm gonna fade out these things, so some of the light comes that way, some of the shadows come that way. Same over here. Maybe there's little rocks here. Probably not, actually. Maybe there's some small rocks? I don't know. Trying to bring the light inward just a little bit to, like, point at these characters just a tad. What are the patterns in the sand called? The mini dunes, do you know? No, I don't. I know what you mean, though. You mean like these things? These little wavy things? I don't know what they're called, but they're everywhere, right? You see them a lot in images. Like the undulations of the sand, of like the way... I assume it's like a wind, some sort of wind pattern type thing. You always have it. Me? Oh, I always have it. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what they're called. I mean, you see it a lot in like like this right here. Here's a where's my, like, here's a reference. Right? Here's a reference. Failed to open file. You want to let me copy image and paste image? Here we go. Like this kind of thing, right? This is super common. I don't know. I'm hoping this isn't AI. Could be. I don't think it is. I think this is real. But anyways, that kind of thing. On desert, beaches. Yeah. Oh, you have it all over the world. Gotcha. Yeah, in sandy locations. Yep. Yeah, I don't exactly know why or how it formed. I mean, I think I kind of understand a little bit of the how, but at least sometimes. I don't know. I don't fully understand it. But yeah, it exists a lot. Different patterns in the sand. I like it. It makes it... I like it for painting because you can use it to break up shapes. So, like, you can have a big shape of sand, and you can just use it to break up shapes, right? I think it's neat. It's like a little, like, it makes it easy, which... So I feel like if you didn't have that, right, it would be really hard to paint deserts because... I mean, you could only do it with big, simple, flat shapes. There's not a lot to them. But with this, you get to break it up in a lot more fun ways. And I don't know, I just think it's neat. What you did there with it in the foreground is really nice. Thanks. I mean, it's a little bit messy in the foreground in this spot, but I think it kind of works. I could obviously come in and polish it up, but yeah, I think it's not bad. It's working. Yeah, I think a lot of people would just put plain surfaces, but I think there's something nice about that, about having that breaking up the shape. I don't know, there's a lot of stuff in environment painting that I find where, like, if you just do it the way it actually is, it makes it easier. I mean, I'm not saying this makes it easier, but I think perspective is one of those things with focal points, and people are like, I don't know how to do composition, but it's like, just draw stuff in perspective with lines that point towards the horizon and kind of where you put your focal point, and like it'll just kind of work. Like, it turns out that when you have things converging in distance, that like they kind of point where you want you to look. And so there's sort of this like thing that happens naturally with like paths and really anything. It's like, oh yeah, it kind of all just points in the same direction. And just naturally, you know, things point where you're looking. Because you are that person who everything is, you know, like, that's how we see. Anyway, I just think it's interesting. It's like, there are just things that if you do it sort of the right way, it ends up being easier and it helps you. Like, you couldn't have planned for it to be more perfect. And it wasn't planned. I have actually painted a scene like this before. I can show you guys next stream if I dig it up. I don't know where it is, but somewhere. Okay, so here's that. I think this one... Gosh, what do I do here in this middle part? I feel like I'm not... Is it like electricity? Probably not. But maybe there's some sort of purple magic. Just purple magic. That's what it is. I could merge these and sort of start blending things. Doing like a smudge tool. And do like a blurry, messy... Something like that. It's not too bad. I don't know. I'm not sure how I want to do this. We could do another... Oh, just locked the layer on accident. Glow dodge. Purple. Slap that in there. Some sort of rift portal thingy. I don't know. Maybe that part still needs some work. We could go crazy here, but I don't think I want that. Again, I kind of want a little bit of subtlety. I actually do like this, though. Some of this blue, because it's quite dark. Like, if you look at the color... Actually, it's not that dark. But some of it is quite dark. Like this blue. Right? It's as dark as the wall. And so adding some of that bright blue, that saturation, kind of makes it feel like there's a little bit of glow. Anyway, kind of fun. I actually probably should come down more here. So I'm kind of pushing this stuff down further so that this stuff feels like it's sitting on the ground a bit more. I think this works. Maybe. I don't know. This part I might have to come back and visit. But I think in terms of, like, what this would look like from the aerial view, I think we have... I mean, alternatively, we could do just, like, a literal ball of glowing stuff. Just, like that, where it's sort of out of the... Maybe that's better. Actually, that's better. feel like that's more interesting. Glowing hot center. Now, if I really wanted to do this, I could maybe come in here and do like a blur to stuff. Like there's like a distortion around here. So like visually, it's visually impairing the thing. But I think this is good. I think it's good for now. I think it reads pretty well. Strongish. This large orb feels more accurate. Yeah, yeah, I mean it's brightest in the middle and then it gets less bright as it goes out. Yeah, I think so. Okay, I think this is a good spot to call it finished. I like it. I'm happy with this painting for now. Obviously, I can work on it more, but this is gonna be the first image. I think next stream I'm gonna start thinking more. It'll be more project focused, sort of, and thinking more about like. Again, I'll do another world map, but it'll probably be pretty simple. I probably won't spend more than an hour or two on the world map because it's gonna mostly be. I think I'm just gonna start with like half of a desert and then half of like something else, and like we can sort of maybe I'll do some basic lighting. I'll think about scale, and then we can start picking a spot in the desert and we can sort of build it out from there. Like I don't think I have to have the whole planet figured out with all the landforms. It can just be a rough like almost like in a video game where you have like the fog of war where like as you discover things then it reveals itself. Like I don't need to know what the whole thing is right now. I would like to get some rough idea though, like something kind of like this where it's like, okay, like I actually like some of these ideas, like okay, little islands, you know, different types of biomes kind of things, and we can spitball ideas. I think that'll be like a collaborative thing next stream. But anyway, for now, this is where we're at. I don't know if this part's a little weird, and I'm not quite sure what it actually is happening here. Like that, maybe? I'm trying to make this look like it's sort of like, okay, there's sand coming up here. Sort of like blowing into this stuff. Little bit of detail stuff there. But also trying to make it flow. Is this one bigger? It's actually not bad. I know I said I was going to end, but now I'm not ending. There. I like that. But yeah. Okay, people walking towards the thing. I think now is where we end. So I'm going to save it. And thank you guys for being here. We are going to go raid somebody. I don't know who's on, but we will find out. And if you want to give me ideas... How dare you misled us? I know, shame on me. Never done that before and never will again. Totally. But yeah, if you want to follow me, I stream 3 days a week, Mondays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. I also put all the VODs on YouTube, and I have a Patreon, which I desperately need to update, at patreon.com/jstiller30. And thanks for following, and thanks for being here. Thanks for the lurks, thanks for the chats, all the stuff.